Okay, let's get going. All right, we're set. I just want to thank everyone for attending today's August 4th, 2020 regular board meetings of the San Benito County Board of Supervisors, August 4th, 2020, 9 p.m. Can I have Supervisor Hernandez lead us off in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Ready? Salute.
of the United States of America
Pledge allegiance.
By the United States of America, the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Sorry.
Thank you, Supervisor Hernandez. Tuesday, would you like to inform the public of how they can communicate with the board during the board meeting?
Yes. Good morning, everybody. If you're participating via...
Everybody in the office is muted.
Oh, are we muted? No.
Hey, Anthony, can you hear me?
I think they could hear us. So if you're participating by Zoom and would like to make a comment, there should be a raise your hand icon. Go ahead and press that icon. And
Anyone on staff?
can you unmute us on yours? Can you hear us?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So, good morning, everybody. If you're participating via Zoom and would like to make a comment, press the raise your hand icon, and that will alert clerk of the board that you would like to make a comment. You'll be given 3 minutes, and we'll go in the order that the hands were raised. If you're participating in our chambers, please fill out the speaker cards and turn them into the clerk of the board. If you would like to make a comment, you will be given 3 minutes. And yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there a motion for certificate posting?
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Second?
Mark, second.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you. Now this is opportunity for the public to address the board issues not on agenda within the jurisdictions. You're limited to 3 minutes. Do we have a speaker card?
Mr. Chair, we're on the presentation item number D on the agenda.
Huh?
We're on item number D. Presentations and
No.
recognitions.
No, we're at public comment. Well, wait a minute, you're right. I apologize. Sorry about that. 4D, my apologies. Presentations and recognitions, Board of Supervisors, open nominations, and conduct election for Vice Chair for the Board of Supervisors for the remaining year of 2020.
Mr. Chairman, I'll nominate Mark Medina for
I'll
Vice
second.
Chair.
I'll second.
Thank you. Who seconded it?
I did, Medina.
Thank you, sir. And I would nominate Peter Hernandez, as he was next in line after Jim, to be Vice Chair.
I'll second it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other nominations? None? Okay, let's vote. We'll vote for both of them. All those in favor of Supervisor Medina being Vice Chair, say aye.
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 Against?
Aye.
No. So 2-2. All nominations now for Peter Hernandez. All those in favor of Peter, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And against?
No.
No.
Okay, thank you. So it's 2-2. We do not have a vice chair. We will have no vice chair for the remaining of the 2020 year. Okay, let's move on. Next slide.
You're putting out Chairman De La Cruz.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for your good health.
At least till this.
Okay. You guys are killing me. All right, next one, Board of Supervisors, approve and update committee appointments from Chair of the Board of Supervisors for the reigning year 2020. There are 4 standing committees that Jim Gilliam was a member, and there was an ad hoc. So for the AMBEC, the alternative is me. Supervisor Patalo, would you like to be part of the AMBEC committee?
Unless the other supervisors want to do it, I think it's fine if Supervisor Hernandez or Medina want to take it, but if they don't, I'll go ahead and take that.
I think Supervisor Medina is already on it.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, I think he's on it already. So it'll be you, Supervisor Patalo, and Supervisor Medina on the MBAG. On the CSAC, I'm the alternate, and I slide into Jim's position. Anyone wish to get CSAC? No one? Okay, I'll stick with CSAC then. Okay, and then for LAFCO, the alternative is Peter, so Peter will slide into Jim's position under LAFCO. And then for the Monterey Bay Community Powers, Mark Medina is the alternative. Do you want to still serve on the Monterey Bay Powers Joint Committee, Mark?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then we have 4 other committees that lack membership. One of them is the Behavioral Health. Any interest?
I'll take that one, Supervisor.
Who's that?
Supervisor Hernandez.
Hernandez? Okay, Hernandez. And then there's the emergency Medicare subcommittee. Is that right?
If you don't have anyone, I'll go ahead and here for that, sir.
Thank you, Supervisor Vitello. And then the fire protection.
I can take the fire protection. Medina.
Okay, so I think Anthony, you're on it, right? Supervisor Vitello?
I don't think, am I, we haven't had a meeting, so I can't tell you. I don't have my list at my desk here.
Okay, let me look. I have it right here. Fire. Oh yeah, Anthony Patalo and Jim Gilliam now will be Anthony Patalo and with Supervisor Medina. Okay, perfect. And then the last one is the landfill. I know it's Medina on it and Jim Gilliam, who wants a partnership with Medina on that one.
Who doesn't want it?
I'll do it, Mr. Chair.
I could finish the year with it. I have a little bit of background on it.
Okay, so you'll take it, Anthony? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, Supervisor Anthony Patel, thank you. Okay, that fills all those vacancies.
I was muted.
Okay, now we will go to the next presentation. Presentation certificate of recognition to Salvador Duran, Supervising Computer Mapping Specialist for the Assessor's Office. Ray, how do you want to handle that one?
We'll hand it off to the 2 supervisors that are present. We have Supervisor Medina and Supervisor Hernandez, and we'll ask both of them to actually do the presentations today. We have Supervisor Medina up first.
Tom?
Oh, you want me to make the presentation?
Of course.
Okay, all right. Well, Sal, we were lucky to have Sal for the last 13 years. He was our supervisor computer mapping specialist. You know, he started at the assessor's office in 1971 when I was in the 8th grade.
I wasn't even born yet.
Anyways, that was, I guess, at a high school program, right? Part-time, and then eventually he got on full-time. He was there till what, about 1977? And then you ventured off into the title insurance world, the Western Title, I think. Worked there for a little bit, then he went down Southern California. I think he worked for the assessor's office there for a while, and then,
2 different counties.
yep, and then LA County Transportation Authority there some time. One thing about Sal, when he was down there, he always went to Pasadena for the Rose Bowl parade, and I don't think he ever missed a parade, right? They're 4 in the morning, I think?
Yeah, I might have missed a couple.
Might have missed a couple. But anyways, he came back to Northern California. He went to Santa Clara County, where he was the actual head of the mapping department there. And at that time, the mapping department was bigger than our entire assessor's office. So he was there. I saw him at a conference one day, and we had an opening. I kind of put the word out and the feelers out. We stole him from Santa Clara County, so we're great to have him here for the last 13 years. He was a great employee, a wonderful supervisor, and a great mapper. So, we just want to wish you the very best in your retirement, Sal. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Here's your plaque.
All I want to say is a special thank you to Tom. He's been a real supportive all these years for the mapping department, not only for the whole office, but mainly for our mapping, and really appreciate it. Tom, thank you.
No, oh.
Thank you, Sal, congratulations.
So you want to take a picture of this?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, one more.
I'm smiling, believe it or not.
Yeah, me too.
Your eyes look smiley.
Get out of the way. Good ball.
So, Mr. Chair, we're going to be on the next item, and this is with the supervisors, Supervisor Medina and Supervisor Hernandez, and this is out of our clerk's office, Joe Paul Gonzalez and Angela Curl.
Oh, you are. Go ahead and, she can't leave, actually. This says you can't.
Oh, I know. Good morning, Chair, Board of Supervisors. Today, first of all, I want to say that I'm the one with the gray hair and she's the one who's retiring. You know. Angela Curl has been with the county for 10 years. And in those 10 years, she has done so much with her energy, her perseverance, and her leadership. She's made so many improvements in the office. Systems have been installed into our office that even during these difficult times of the pandemic, we're able to serve our public because of those systems that have been put in place. We have new clerk recording and elections voting systems that were all installed under her leadership. And it's, I could tell you, this is not the easiest thing I've had to do, because this is difficult for me, because Angela has been such an asset to the department, but not only to the department, to the entire county, as you can all attest to. And so I'm, I have to say that, she's very young, and, even though she's that young, she has her whole life ahead of her to enjoy her retirement. Even though her feet are tiny, her shoes will be very hard to fill. There's no doubt about that. And so, congratulations, Angela, on your retirement. This is presented on behalf of the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you so much.
And I have a special gift for you. I'd like you to open it here in front of the public. Here, I'll hold it.
That's kind of scary. Is it going to jump out and bite me?
Hopefully not.
Your group, you never know.
Yeah, I know. I know, my group, I don't know. Oh, no way. Okay, this is really amazing. This is so cool. I got a badge. I know the people at home can't see this, but I got an actual Registrar of Voters County Clerk recorder with my ID, like I am truly a deputy, which I always have been for many, many years, and I thank you so much for this. I'm not really good. People think I'm really good at speaking, and I'm really not. I did write a couple notes because I know I was going to have kind of a hard time with this. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I wanted to thank a few people. First of all, thank you, Joe Paul, for your incredibly kind words, and I'd like to thank all of the elected officials, not just in the county, including the school districts, the cities, the special districts. Everybody that's worked with us has been amazing. It's truly a team and a community effort that has made all these accomplishments possible, including the help of administration and HR and all the other departments in the county have assisted us with so many different things, including the assessor's office. Sorry, Sal, all of you guys, all of my assessor team, which comes every election night and helps us. We couldn't do it without you. I'd like to thank all of the volunteers. We've had so many volunteers, hundreds and hundreds of volunteers over the last, 9+ years. And there's a quote I'd like to state, which is, "There's nothing better than the heart of a volunteer." And I truly believe that. With some special thanks to Kim Hawk, who was a former deputy in the office and senior deputy. She held me up when I was down, and she was really, really wonderful to work with. She actually came back after retiring every single election and helped us out. There's a few other individuals, I can't possibly thank everybody, and I feel a little bit like I'm accepting some sort of award, but there are so many people in the office that made this possible, that we could be as successful as we are. Just a few of them. Jennifer Schultz was a senior deputy who, she rocked. She handled the clerk recorder's office and took care of so many things that I didn't realize until she retired about a year ago. And she left a big hole in the department, but we're filling it. Michael Parsons, who took the department from the 1980s in technology to 2020, he is incredibly smart and has done a wonderful job. Linda Parker, who was a temporary employee but has been with us for every single election since 2011. There's so many more I'd like to thank, including Shayla, Carlos, and Nancy, Jacqueline, and all the news staff that have come on from last election. We've made them permanent employees. They're really wonderful, and they're going to do a great job. They are prepared, and they can do it. I'd like to end thanking Francisco Diaz, who not only survived the 2012 election when it was just me, Francisco, and Jennifer after all the cuts. Francisco and Jennifer held us together. Joe Paul and I can't thank them enough for getting us through those really rough times. And Francisco coming back after leaving for a bit of time, he has brought back the inspiration to the department, and he's moving us even more forward than we are now, and I thank him so much for that. And Joe Paul, thank you so much for all your years of support and believing in me. Thank you. I know this is really wonderful, guys, thanks, but
You can
this is so awesome, look at this.
Feels like you can pull people over now.
I'm gonna pull you over. Have you voted? And if you haven't voted, you're gonna get arrested for not voting. So get out there and vote. Sorry. I wanna do this. How can we all squeeze in here? I'm smiling.
Shayla made me grab a picture.
Did you get my good side? Where's my favorite photographer from the media, John? He always gets a bad shot of me. Thank you guys
Thank
so
you,
much.
Angela. Thank you.
Thank you for everything you do, Angela.
I will miss everybody, but I'm here still, so just call.
Next, next on the presentation is approximation for National Healthcare Week. Who's making that presentation, Ray?
Just an approval, right? It's online? It's on Zoom. It's on Zoom. Give us 1 second.
Okay.
Public health.
Let's see what you did. Okay. Okay. No, okay. Okay, you come up with that.
I don't.
Okay, we're ready.
They gonna present, or is one of the board members?
They can put,
They are going to talk about it.
Are they on mute, or? You guys can go ahead and present your item.
Okay, do I present or? Can they hear me?
Go ahead, make the presentation, please.
Okay, so I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for all their hard work during this, particularly during this tough time. But here we are celebrating National Health Center Week next week, and we're one of over 1,300 community health centers nationwide that will be in this celebration. This year, the motive is, or the theme is Beacon of Light. And although in the past we would actually have an open house, given the circumstances, we're actually going to have 2 events related to feeding the front line. So we will have on August 9th in San Juan Bautista, out of the Mi Escuelita parking lot, we will be providing fruits, vegetables, and food items to the community. And on August 15th, we will have, on Saturday, August 15th, we'll have a similar event here in the San Benito Health Foundation main site in Hollister. So we would appreciate any support, or actually we thank the board for your support, and also thank many community businesses that have supported this event this year. Taylor Farms, Teatro Campesino, the Aroma San Juan schools, and we're also going to have the Consulado de Mexico visiting us as well. So again, if you have an opportunity, we're going to observe social distancing. So if anyone wants to participate in the event, please call us ahead of time so we can make arrangements for appropriate social distancing.
Any questions on the board? None? Does someone wish to read a proclamation? Do we have one to approve?
Mr. Chair, I'll go ahead and read it. It's online. Give me a second here. This is, and bear with this, is the first time we're doing this via Zoom, so.
Okay.
So basically, I'll go ahead and read it. Proclamation National Health Center Week 2020. Whereas over 50 years, community health centers have provided high-quality, affordable, comprehensive primary and preventative health care in our nation's underserved communities, delivering value to and having a significant impact on America's healthcare system. Whereas community health centers are a critical element of the health system, serving both rural and urban communities and often providing the only accessible and dependable source of primary care in their communities. Nationwide, community health centers serve 1 in every 5 residents of rural areas. Community health centers serve as beacons of essential resources and support in testing and treatment in the face of the global coronavirus pandemic, and will continue to offer reliable, affordable, high-quality care against COVID-19 for America's most vulnerable underserved communities. Every day, community health centers develop new approaches to integrating a wide range of services beyond primary care, including oral health, vision, health, behavioral health, and pharmacy services to meet the needs and challenges of their communities. Whereas community health centers are governed by patient majority boards, ensuring that patients of each health center are engaged in their health care decisions. Whereas community health centers are locally owned and operated small businesses that serve as critical economic engines, helping to power local economies by generating $54.6 billion in economic activity in some of the county's most economically deprived communities. Community health centers nationally employ more than 236,000 people, including physicians, nurse practitioners, physician assistants, and certified nurses, midwives who work as part of the multidisciplinary clinical teams designated to treat the whole patient. Whereas the community health center model continues to prove an effective means of overcoming barriers to health access, including geography, income, and insurance statuses, improving health care outcomes and reducing healthcare system costs. Whereas community health centers are on the front lines of emerging healthcare crisis, providing access to care for our nation's veterans, addressing the opioid epidemic, and responding to public health threats in the wake of natural disasters. Whereas the Health Center Week offers the opportunity to celebrate America's over 1,400 health centers organizations with over 12,000 service delivery sites, their dedicated staff, board members, patients, and all those responsible for their continued success and growth since the first health centers opened their doors more than 50 years ago. Now, therefore, the Board of Supervisors of the San Benito County do hereby proclaim August 9th through 15, 2020 as a National Health Center Week. I encourage all Americans to take part in this week by visiting their local health center and celebrating the important partnership between America's community health centers and the communities they serve. That's the proclamation, Mr. Chair, and we're requesting your board to approve that.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Make a motion.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Medina, second.
Okay, thank you. Vitale motion, Medina second. Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
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 Against, motion carries. We'll send out the signed document over to you guys' facility in the near future.
Mr. Chair, there's one more too. It's Agricultural Worker Health Day. I won't read the whole thing, but it does discuss about 3 to 5 million migrant and seasonal farm workers are employed in the nation's multi-billion-dollar agricultural industry, and whose backbreaking labor makes possible production of harvest and food for everyone within our local area as well as in the world. So basically, now therefore, I'll read the very ending here, that the County Board of Supervisors do hereby proclaim that the 11th of August 2020 as Agricultural Worker Health Day in San Benito County. So we're requesting your board also to approve this proclamation.
Okay. Questions? A motion?
Make a motion per staff recommendation.
Is there a second?
Second, Mr. Chairman.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Again, motion carries. Thank you. And again, the document will be sent over to your facility very shortly. Okay, that concludes our presentations. And now we will go to public comment. we have any speaker cards?
David, you have been unmuted. If you could please state your name.
I just wanted to ask a question. I want to make some comments on the hazardous report. Do I do it now, or do I do it when we get to it on the agenda?
David, it's on the agenda. I'm not going to allow for you to talk about it right now.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you. Next speaker card.
Valerie, if you could please state your name.
Yes, thank you. And I don't have a picture also, just for your information, and it might be a problem on my hands. However, my name is Valerie Egland, and I'm with REACH San Benito Parks Foundation. REACH would like to encourage the Board of Supervisors to instruct the Public Works Department to clear more walking paths in the regional park until greater work can be done on that park. Many people are using it to walk and bicycle, families you see out there all the time. And with today's situation, we need all the open air walking spaces that the county can provide. Managing mental health, crime and obesity and diabetes are problems that cost the county far more than parks maintenance. So we do encourage that you do that simple thing, even if it's encouraging some farmer to go out there with their blade or box scraper and just to clear a couple more paths for our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Valerie. Next speaker.
Vedana, if you could please state your name.
This is Vedana, county resident in District 4.
Yes.
Thank you, Jaime. I just wanted to remind you guys, you hear Jaime quite well, but the rest of you in math, very difficult to hear. If you're sitting 6 feet apart, I don't know if you can talk into your microphone or you can pull your mask down so that we can hear you better. I appreciate that. And I wanted to thank the public health staff for getting those business reporting, those code enforcement and individual reportings on individual businesses, getting those reports done quickly, well within the 10-day limit. So I want to, and we are sharing that publicly because it is a public record. And also wanted to ask that you add to the agenda information on seating of the supervisor for District 4. There are a lot of rumors going around that Bob Tiffany is being appointed in the interim by the governor, and that we may not be allowed to have a candidate on an agenda for November. So District 4 is very actively looking for a candidate for November. So if we need to know very clearly what that process is today, because there's not a lot of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Vedana. Next speaker.
Alma, if you could please state your name.
Hi, good morning. My name is Alma Phillips. I'm in District 1. And the reason why I'm here is to please ask you guys to reconsider the agenda number 19 for the mask. I have going around a lot of through downtown in the city and talking to people. I have talked to people that work in the markets. We have cashiers, we have employees, we have farm workers, people that are complaining about headaches for the lack of oxygen in their brains. And they get light headaches, and they get confusion, and it's really affecting their health. And it is obvious right now that this virus exists. I don't deny the fact that the virus exists, but
I'm sorry. We are going to have discussions on coronavirus. You are more than welcome, and I'll give you a full 3 minutes at that time.
Okay.
Thank you, madam. Okay.
We have no more comments. If you wish to make a comment, press *9 or raise your hand. Courtney, if you could please state your name.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Courtney Evans. I am a resident of San Benito County. And I would just like to take a few moments to again request the board to place moral and ethics responsibility and agreements for every single one of our elected officials to sign and abide by. I also, again, am making another request for a process to keep track and trace the public's comments and concerns that are given to our supervisors so that we, the people, can see actually the numbers of and where people sit and stand that are contacting the supervisors. I also would like to shed some light on health issues. The 3 leading causes of death in our country. Number 1 is cigarette smoking, 480,000 deaths a year. 41,000 in addition, innocent lives to secondhand smoke. That's 1 out of 5 deaths every day, 1,300 deaths daily. Number 2 is obesity, 300,000 deaths per year. It is a drain on the healthcare system, which costs $147 billion a year and raises every year. The third is alcohol-related deaths, 88,000 a year. That number of sales has increased 27% in just this time of COVID. I would also like to add that cigarette smoking seriously increases complications and deaths in regards to COVID. In addition, even mild causes of obesity raises the odds for severe COVID illness and death. I would like to add to our health, in the name of health, our conversations as to the things that are helping to prevent these 3 leading causes of preventable death in our community and in our country. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker card.
Hunter, if you could please state your name.
Hunter Cuneo, resident of San Benito County. I want to request that item number 19 be removed from the agenda today, because even the discussion over an ordinance like that has no place in this country. Also, I'd like to encourage the deactivation of the snitch line that Health and Human Services created back in either March or April. An anonymous snitch line like that is only going to be used by the lowest and most spiteful of people. It empowers and appeals to the lowest common denominator. I know this because it's been used against me, and the people who have used it against me have also called me privately and messaged me, harassing me and my family. These are people who never created anything of value or achieved anything of worth in their life. And not once have they reported me for violating any ordinance, so that's what they might say on the line. But from what they've told me using their own words, they've reported me for being a straight white privileged male. So apparently that's a crime in the new normal. That's their own words, not mine. I also want to take just a second to use this platform to publicly condemn the mayor of Hollister for inciting hatred and possibly even violence against those who have dared to exercise their First Amendment rights and stick up for small businesses like myself and for the mental health and well-being of our children. He has gone on social media more than once and suggested that those of us who have been involved in the Open SBC group are to blame for the recent spike in cases of COVID and even the recent deaths. To suggest that any of us are responsible for deaths from a virus is not only irresponsible, but even dangerous. When the reality is, and I think everyone knows this, nearly 100% of people in this county are wearing masks and complying with these current orders, even if they are unlawful. Thank you.
Thank you, Hunter.
We have no more comments. If you wish to make a comment, press *9 or raise your hand.
Do you have someone out there in the audience?
Good morning. It's on, right?
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Good morning, Elia Salinas. First of all, I'd like to say that I am not 100% believe in what Hunter Cueno says, but he's completely entitled. But what I do want to say is that the person or persons who put a very extremely offensive picture on his business, and those who know exactly what's going on. And Hunter, I do not, and I don't know anyone who condones such behavior like that. And that is completely crossing the line and so offensive. And I am sorry that that has happened. I disagree with you, but I do not condone such actions like that. I also like to thank the health department for, with regards to the recommendation for the farm workers. But I found it a little dismissive of how important they are by actually not reading the entire proclamation. And I know that it's already gone by, but it should have gone on the record, the entire thing. To me, I just felt like, as a farm worker child, I was a farm worker as a child, and you come up here and you want to do the reclamation, but it was very dismissive not to read the entire thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Yes, Emily, if you could please state your name.
Hi, this is Emily Scow. I also want to ask that item 19 be removed from the agenda. I think it's ridiculous. I also, the governor just announced, if we're following him, the governor just announced that we've had the lowest COVID. So in the recent weeks, I'm asking that 19 be removed from the agenda. I'm also asking the snitch line. I don't even know where that came from, but to call on your neighbors or to call on other people, if they have a legitimate concern, they maybe should call you guys directly. Otherwise, people need to be snitching out Target, Baskin Robbins, Starbucks, the big box corporations that are not following guidelines. The beauty industry, that's probably one of the safest places to be right now, is to walk into a salon and get your hair cut. They've been snitched on, and they've also been shut down. So I would like that removed. And if you guys can add on to the agenda, if we can start talking more about how to be healthy, especially in our younger generation. What can we do in Hollister? The parks are closed. What are some other ideas that we can do to get our kids out there, to get ourselves out there and be healthy? It's just all this mask up and shut up. But what are we doing to build our children's health? Because so many kids have been literally locked up at home since March. So if there's someone that can put that on the agenda, or just, really advocate for our children's health. Like Courtney said, smoking. We don't talk about that, but, killed 400 lives. What are we doing? So that's all I have to say.
Any other speaker boards?
Suzanne, if you could please state your name.
Suzanne Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
Basically, can somebody please define what the city of Hollister's state of emergency is, what defines that, what classifies that, and how that is being addressed? Because right now, based on, regardless of all of the so-called testing results, there is no, what is the emergency? Is there people that are dropping dead, like left and right? Because I don't see that happening. Secondly, the empirical model was wrong to begin with. Thirdly, I haven't heard any local communities address any issues of whether the infection is spreading via oral fecal transmission. That has not been addressed. There's other, like the fact that Koch's postulates have not been applied to this pandemic, and the testing is off. Can you please explain to me where the emergency is?
Are you done with your 30-minute speech?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you. It's a City of Hollister issue. We'll definitely ask the city for their input into the subject matter and direct it to your direction. We'll do that. You have any more speaker cards?
Yes. Mary, if you could please state your name.
Mary Shaw Coron. I hope this is just general comment period. I joined a little late. I just wanted to commend Angela Curo for her excellent work in the elections office and congratulate her on her retirement. As a citizen who's dealt with the election office over the past number of years for a number of campaigns, I really think she did an amazing job being very fair and professional and runs a very efficient department. So I just want to thank her for her service to the citizens of San Benito County and congratulate her. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
We have no more comments.
Chair?
Thank you. I want a response. Are we done with public comment?
Yeah, no, Mr. Chair, I have a question, if you don't mind. Is it possible?
Actually have a comment, but go ahead, Mark, go first.
Just, I would like to ask our CAO Espinoza, would it be possible to clarify how the process works when a supervisor resigns? There is a lot of gray area. There is a lot of people talking. If we hear it straight from you, it might calm some of the nerves that people have. Please.
Sure, yeah, I'll try to encapsulate this. So normally when a supervisor resigns, the Board of Supervisors has the ability to put that seat on the next general election, which your board did take immediate action the day of the resignation and actually adopted that moving forward. So with that being said, we started the process of actually allowing residents within that district, in this case District 4, moving forward to be a candidate within that district to meet certain qualifications, obviously. And so that process has started. There's also, if for some reason, I'll give an example, if for some reason the board didn't take action timely, because there's a time limit, and I can have either Joe Paul Gonzalez or either our county council define that a little bit more clearly on the timing. But if we would have waited a few weeks, we would have missed that time, and the governor would have had to step in and actually appoint somebody to actually fill that seat. He still has that opportunity to fill the seat until it's occupied. So from now till the end of the year, he still has the ability to appoint through the Secretary of Appointment at the state within his office, and the governor has the ability to appoint. So with that, that's where that is at. I don't know if you want anything more clear, but that's the process. That's how things kind of play out in more or less a general sense.
That's exactly, I think that, you think that clarifies everything, Peter?
Well, that and just one further comment, Mr. Chair, is for public knowledge, I've been told that Assemblyman Rivas and Senator Caballero asked the governor to jump in, and I think that's what's created the confusion. So to a certain extent, that pressure for the governor for him to fill that seat should at least make it clear to the public that anything that was a push to try to fill that seat had nothing to do with the Board of Supervisors. It was outside of the Board of Supervisors, and now basically, because the board unanimously supported that resolution to push this to a November election, then I think that should make it clear to the public that the board wants it to go to the public to vote for that seat.
If I may, just to clarify, the period for folks to gather signatures for a nomination petition for the office opened on August 1st and closes on August 7th. So that nomination petition is submitted to the elections office, and then the candidate has to make a statement of candidacy following the qualification for office through the elections department. So those are the two steps that a potential candidate has to take in order to be included on the ballot in November. It is correct that the governor has the power of appointment. The board has taken no action to request the governor appoint someone, and that would have to be only accomplished through an item placed on the agenda for action by the board. And as yet, there is no action to agendize that item.
Thank you. These are my comments and kind of reacted what Vidal said under public comments, and that is that, one, we legally placed the vacant position on time, allowed members of the public to run for office. It will give members of that district the opportunity to choose their representative, which I'm 100% support. What I am not 100% for support, and you can take this to the state of California, they're no friend of San Benito County, and I don't want their pals putting down who they want to choose for the next 4 months. This is driven by the public, and the public should choose their person, specifically District 4, their supervisor for the future, not a temporary buy-in county supervisor who might have a chance to win an election in November because it becomes all gig. They should stay in Sacramento, do their job, and leave San Benito County out of this picture. That's my position.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I support your sentiments and I appreciate those comments because it was very frustrating. As you know, as evidenced today in the comments, the public comment period, there was a lot of concerns about this position being filled, and to a certain extent, the confusion created because of that, and it had nothing to do with the Board of Supervisors pushing to fill it. It had to do with Assemblyman Rivas and Senator Caballera trying to step in and push for that seat to be filled, which I disagree. I think by default that all that did was hurt our community.
Okay, let's move on to regular agenda, number 18. Harry?
Mr. Chair.
I'm going to request Supervisor Botello.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Hey, hold on.
Mr. Chair, we still have item F to go move forward, as well as G. We were going to do department head announcements. We have a couple of announcements.
Wait a minute, where am I? Oh, I apologize. Damn, my computer's going crazy. Okay. Okay. F, department heads announcements. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I'd like to invite Harry Mavrogenis. He's our RMA director. He has an update on roads. Harry?
Good morning, everybody. I'm very pleased today to report to you that we have been moving very quickly on getting a number of road projects going. In June, we brought you approximately $2 million worth of SB1 funded road projects. I believe there were 6 of them, and 3 B projects, which are all now either started or soon to be under construction. And we also have on the agenda today 2 projects funded from the Enterprise Fund, Best Road, as well as Fairview Road from Rosa Morada to McCloskey. These are very much needed roads. We will also be bringing to you at the next meeting, we just opened bids on a South Side Road segment in the 5,000 block, which is very much in need of repair, and a small piece of Hospital Road, which people thought was Cienega Road, but that little piece under a change order will be coming to you. Bottom line is this was a very good time to bid. All of our projects have come in under the engineer's estimates so far. That's very good news because that gives us flexibility to do other projects for you as well in the future. So I'm looking forward to, after this summer, seeing a lot of our roads, major roads, in much better shape. Thank you. If any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thanks, Harry. We also have another announcement, Mr. Chair, out of our county counsel's office.
Okay. Let me ask a question to Harry.
Okay.
So, Harry, my question is, and I know this, we did it for about 10 years, but for public input, how were the roads prioritized, given first, given second, who gets last, who gets first?
Mr. Chairman, that's a very good question. The condition of the roads and the use of the roads were the two major criteria. We tried to work on the roads that were most seriously damaged and needed a lot of repair, and particularly those that carry a lot of traffic. That's why you'll see roads like Fairview, Buena Vista is on the list, a number of major roads that have carried and continue to carry a lot of traffic. We also work with each of the supervisors and ask for priorities within their districts. As you are much closer to your constituents, it was very important to get that input as well. So we try to do a balanced program countywide that dealt with the most needed roads first. And there's more to come.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board?
Yeah, I had a question, Mr. Chair. Harry, I know we got an invite to travel through our respective district roads. Just a little feedback, maybe to the public, to give them a little bit of a bird's eye view of what the intent is with you know, and I know it pertains to the roads project, but just maybe to have a little bit of a public statement on it.
I can go ahead and comment on that. If so, one of the requests is to make sure that your board members understand the actual projects that are occurring in your district. So if you're getting any requests from your constituents or questions concerning what is happening, at least you can be forthcoming and understanding of what's happening and physically go out there and see. And I think that's really crucial. I know that there was a road in District 4 that had some nuances with naming, and we want to be clear that we don't have that problem again, and we want to make sure that you're out there. And as always, the residents are welcome to attend as well. So it's just for your and understanding and clarity.
And that's what specifically why I asked, because I thought it was I very appreciate that effort. I think it shows a lot of intent on transparency and for us to know exactly the outcomes of the road development in our districts. So to me, I was really happy to see what you guys trying to inform us on the actual details of the projects. So thanks, Ray.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, that's just department announcements. Do you have any other department head?
Yes, we do. We have one out of our county counsel's office. We have Joel here to comment.
Yes, good morning. This is in relation to a question concerning compliance with the Brown Act. On August 24th, a concern was brought to our attention regarding a closed session item on the board's July 21st, 2020 meeting. The commenter noted that the agenda item number 37 should not have been listed under the statutory subsections E1 and E2 of section 54956.9. My office wishes to note that the commenter is correct. The item should not have been listed under both E1 and E2. E1 refers to when facts and circumstances which might result in litigation are not yet known to a potential plaintiff. E2 is used when the facts and circumstances which might result in litigation are known to a potential plaintiff, in which case they should be publicly stated on the agenda or announced. The inclusion of E2 in the agenda item was listed as included inadvertently, as the closed session cannot be held under both E1 and E2. If the board had intended to meet under E2, the basis for the closed session would have been read into the record as the board normally does for agenda items held under that section. 54956.9 D2 and E2. Therefore, the agenda item number 37 for the July 21st, 2020 meeting should have been properly identified as being held under Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 and E1. In County Council's legal opinion, there was sufficient basis to meet under closed session pursuant to that section, and there was no action taken that was required to be reported out. Thank you.
That's all the announcements we have, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any other department heads, Joe, right?
That's all the announcements that we have, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor,
Nothing, sir.
thank
Nothing.
you. Supervisor Anthony Vedana.
None at this time. Thank you.
Nothing. Thank you. Supervisor Peter Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a couple updates, especially since we're dealing with the CARES Act funding. I just received, and thank you, Enrique, for organizing, and Dulce. It's been a lot of hard work, but we're finally down to the wire with, and I'm actually trying to remember the date because I know I got to go through these applications, but every committee member agreed that we got to go through each individual application and basically come up and pretty much just score them and then figure out best practices next on the distribution of funds. So we're doing our due diligence. You know, I got a nice fat stack of applications that I have to go through, 201 to be exact. So I'm excited to get these businesses some funds that they desperately need. And then on a separate note, there was a public comment made mention about our trails and outdoor element and actually focusing on public health. I think it's a really good comment. It's really appreciated. I know to a certain extent it's consistent with even the outdoor element of trying to encourage folks to be safe, but at the same time be able to enjoy the parks or the trails around. I know we still haven't had parks or kids' playgrounds and stuff of parks accessible, but we do have trails. We do have Brigantino that's open for families to be able to walk and run or enjoy a little bit of outdoors and fresh air and public health. So, and on that note, there's been a meeting set up which I appreciate CEO helping me, CEO Espinoza, to talk about maybe working on building out that trail area by the River Park area, having a focus on maybe a bike trail that would pretty much travel through the city of Hollister, connecting to San Juan and connecting to Tres Pinos via the river. So there's already a park master plan. We're working our due diligence on it. I'm really passionate about it. I think it's a good idea. And I think it would give families and friends some relief to be able to get out and do more in our community without all the restrictive rules. It doesn't necessarily encourage public health. So that being said, I know Reach is I would imagine Reach is really interested, and I'd be more than happy to engage with them in a meeting as next steps to get public input. And that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I have no comments. Now we go to consent. Does any of them wish to pull any of the consent items? No one from the public wish to pull any of the consent items? Okay, what's the pleasure of the board?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda of 8/4/2020.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second, Mr. Chair.
Was that a motion, Supervisor Hernandez?
Yes, second. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
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 Against, motion carries. Now we go to 18.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes, you can.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. This report highlights a business in my district, which is TriCal. And I want to make it abundantly clear for the public that TriCal is operating 100% safely and provide essential services for agriculture in San Bernardino County, as well as the region. They provide good jobs and are in good standing in the county. In fact, we just approved the expansion of services for third-party cannabis testing at the facility. And TriCal is heavily regulated by a multitude of agencies and are in complete compliance to my knowledge, which brings me to these comments. that Strata Verde offers San Benito County a once-in-a-century opportunity for meaningful economic development. There has not been a more important development to bring growth of businesses, jobs, and an incredible amount of revenue for both to the private and public sectors of our local economy since the Hollister. This project area is perfect for the type of industry that is being proposed, which is predominantly a proving ground for autonomous vehicles and technology that's associated with it. I have been in communications with both Strata Verde and Tri-Cal from the onset, and they feel that Strata Verde's proposal use is very compatible in relation to the Tri-Cal operation. Clearly, Strata Verde would not be interested in moving forward with a $2 billion investment if the area was highly hazardous, and Tri-Cal would not want any project that would increase their company's liability. That is a fact. Neither party sees any merit in this hazards report. Sadly, the report we have before us is critically flawed and biased. This report should never have been done prior to a project application as stated in the general plan and a part of the required secret process assessing true risk of the proposed use. This is not a normal planning process. The report was rushed with the intention to leak false information of the level of chemical hazard to confuse the voters in the coming election. The report should have been reviewed by responsible parties for accuracy of content, and that was agreed upon by the county prior to the release of this report. We have an RMA director that is prejudiced against the Strata Verde project, hired EMC to find a consultant that will fit a hazard report that met a predetermined outcome. The consultant hired is a mechanical engineer, but has a wide level of experience of working for environmental groups that are motivated to build businesses and jobs. The hazard report is not a report that is based on science and actual conditions of Tri-Cal with historical data of the area, but unmerited assumptions that I will ask the consultant a specific base points of modeling methodology later after their presentation. I find it interesting that the consultant of the report does not take into account the safety measures that are in place at Tri-Cal for over 40 years that have prevented any accident. The report does not suggest mitigations for observed potential hazards. There is no mention in the report of probability of power failure or tank explosions or how that actually occurs. There is little to no chance of a rail car rupture once it is stationary. The issue would be more probable in transit from the Bay Area. The tanks exploding would need an ignition source of temperature so high, no mention is made of the chemical change in the event. So, it is concerning that we are going to receive a presentation of a report that is trying to support a predetermined conclusion based on assumptions of a worst case scenario on data that is not accurate. It is a very good thing the county is pursuing a peer review as well as Tri-Cal is working on this report for a true assessment. Fact is, the hazard report should have been done in the application and CEQA process to see the compatibility of proposed land uses. Hazard report is worrisome on several circumstances. First, it was due last year. Now, miraculously, it appears the same week that Strata Verde's initiative is being placed on the ballot. The county and its consultant had an obligation to Tri-Cal to review the draft prior to release of the public. Unfortunately, but purposely, a confidential document was given to a supervisorial candidate and he knowingly publicized a confidential report that could still lead to serious consequences to the county. I'll have some questions after a presentation, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right. Is the presenter available to give a presentation?
Yeah, I'd like to invite up Perry. Perry can go ahead and open up the comments as well as
Yes.
as well as EMC.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I would like to ask the presenters to, I think they may be there already, Dr. Ron Sahu and Michael Groves, to give you an overview of the report that was done, and you'll have an opportunity for questions afterwards. Thank you.
Okay.
You have it up.
I can, yeah.
Is it this one? You just have to scroll down.
Yeah, it's better just look less key. Which, yeah, yeah, okay, perfect. So good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Michael Groves. I'm the president of EMC Planning Group. And if you remember, EMC Planning Group was, in 2015, assisted the County of San Benito with preparation of the General Plan Update and the General Plan Update EIR. Also assisting me today on the presentation is Dr. Ron Sahu, and Mr. Sahu is an expert in this area and has been a valuable part of the team. He is a graduate of the Indian Institute of Technology, the California Institute of Technology, and you can see on the slide, he's a mechanical, chemical, and environmental engineer. Over 30 years of experience in design, consulting, regulatory, and expert matters. He has worked in a refinery and chemical plant work for since 1988. He has been involved in teaching in some of the finest institutions, educational institutions in California. And he has been consulting for over 25 years in the area that we're talking about today. So the overview for today is talking about why we are here. The 2035 General Plan and the safety policies, Policy 6.9, the Strata Verde project, the Tri-Cal plant, the off-site consequences analysis, the findings and conclusions, and any questions you might have from the board or the public. So, in summary, what the report ended up saying was in January of 2020, the county, Board of Supervisors, and the county staff commissioned EMC Planning Group to prepare a report. The report was required by the 2035 General Plan. So, and we will discuss today a little bit about that in terms of why that report was important, how it came out of the General Plan, and what happened during the General Plan process that allowed for that report. EMC Planning Group hired a team of experts to analyze the hazardous consequences of unexpected chemical releases, fires, explosions at the Tri-Cal plant, As you know, the Tri-Cal plant is located along Highway 25. The expert report was delivered to the county in July of this year. We were actually hired in 2020. So I don't want any miscommunication about the fact that we were hired in 2019. We were hired in 2020, and the report did take a couple of months longer to prepare than was expected, mostly because we were under non-disclosure agreements with the county and Tri-Cal on certain subject matters, and we were also collecting a lot of data that had to do with air, wind, and temperature data that wasn't readily available in some cases. The recommendation of the report was a minimum of 3.5 mile development buffer zone around Tri-Cal needed to protect human life. So we are here to explain the background, the findings, the conclusions, and the answer, and to answer any of your questions that might come up today with regard to this. So let's talk about the general plan. In 2015, the Board of Supervisors approved a general plan update. It's the 2035 general plan. And as a part of that update, there was some health and safety policies, or hazard policies, if you will, in the general plan update. And one particular policy, policy 6.9, HS 6.9, was brought before the board in one of the hearings for adoption. And there was actual modifications made to that policy during those hearings to include a buffer zone. And so it wasn't that the county wasn't aware of it or this hadn't come up previously. This had come up during the general plan process, and the board actually debated over this policy and made changes to this policy during that hearing to include a buffer in the policy itself. And the policy, and this is just paraphrasing some of the policy, but the policy reads, the county shall establish a buffer zone between new sensitive land uses and existing commercial facilities that handle, receive, and blend agricultural fumigants related or regulated as potentially hazardous. The buffer is established on a case-by-case basis, and the purpose of the buffer was to protect human life. There were some considerations that were written into the policy by the board, and again, these are included in the policy when you're establishing the buffer zone. So take these 4 items and put them into consideration, and they were actually written, as I said, into the policy. And it was, first one was federal and state environmental laws and regulations. The second one was a degree of hazard associated with an individual industrial facility. So what was the degree of hazard for the Tri-Cal facility itself? The recommendations of the county fire marshal and the environmental health department, emergency response, contingency, and other comparable plans submitted and or filed with federal, state, and local agencies. An example is that Tri-Cal filed a report in 2008 that's been accepted by the county, and that's their risk management plan. And that risk management plan also has some modeling in it and also talks about a buffer area, or how not exactly the buffer area, but how that a particular accident might happen and what would happen if you had an accident in terms of distancing from the plan. So again, those documents have been in the county's possession since 2008. Was the last one that was accepted. They've done an update in 2015 that has not been accepted yet. The Strata Verde project did file an application, so let's talk about that. They filed an application in 2019. So if there's a discussion about when you should do a report, the first thing you do with applications is look at what are the opportunities and constraints, and particularly what are the constraints. And so an application was filed in 2019, and at the time the planning department said, well, what are the issues around that? Since that time, the applicant has filed an initiative. So you have 2 things going on. Once you have an application that's been filed with the county that needs to go through a process, and then the developer filed an initiative. That initiative, as you know, several weeks ago, the board sent that to the voters for the November ballot. So the county residents will have an opportunity to vote on it. Strata Verde proposes a range of land uses on about 2,777 acres, which include the automotive testing and research facility, data center, distribution and fulfillment facilities, neighborhood center, medical facilities, college and other learning centers, public event venues, religious and charitable institutions, wedding venues, spas, children's daycare facilities, office and retail space. So how is that being proposed? The initiative is essentially a specific plan, contains a specific plan that would become part of the general plan. That specific plan has a broad range of uses in it that are not just limited to automotive testing and research facilities. Those are uses that are in that specific plan, but they're not limited to those uses. So this is the location of the Strata Verde project. As you can see on the aerial, it's the area in blue. The Tri-Cal plant is the yellow star. Again, the yellow star is right along Highway 25, which is to the east, and to the west is Highway 101. So with that, I'd like to invite Dr. Sahu up to continue the presentation, and then we'll be available to answer questions.
Thank you, Michael, and thank you to the Board of Supervisors for giving me this opportunity. I hope you can all hear me. I'm speaking through my mask. If it is not clear or it's coming across muffled, please let me know, and I will try to speak up louder. I am here to present the results of the technical analysis that I and others did, that is summarized and provided in the Off-Site Consequences report. I have a few slides that I'm going to run through, and I did hear at least one supervisor in their opening statement make a few statements. I'm hoping I can address those concerns through the presentation or certainly in Q&A afterwards. But before I jump in, I want to make one thing very clear, that nothing in the report implies or is intended to imply anything about Tri-Cal's compliance status. I visited the site. I met with Tri-Cal representatives. They were very hospitable. I had a very nice site visit, so I could ground the analysis in facts. And the purpose of the report was not to do a compliance audit for the Tri-Cal facility. The purpose of the report was not to determine whether they are in compliance with a particular federal regulation or state regulation or local regulation. This report is intended to do a hazard risk off-site consequence analysis given their process in support of land use decision making. And we can come back to that, and I suppose we will in Q&A, but I want to make that very clear. This is nothing to imply that Tri-Cal is not running a safe business or that they are not running in compliance with their regulatory obligations. So let's take that off the bat from the top. Let me go to the slides, and we can, Michael, is that just down arrow here? Or, yeah, sorry. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Thank you. So we'll start with the Tri-Cal facility, which I said I did visit. There was an earlier site assessment done before I began to work on the report, but I made a site visit in May, and as I said, I met with staff. In very simple terms, Tri-Cal receives, handles, and blends a range of regulated agricultural fumigants. And we'll talk about what fumigants are in a minute. And the three major fumigants that they handle are chloropicrin. We'll come back to these technical chemical terms. Chloropicrin, sometimes referred to as PIC, P-I-C. This next one is 1,3-dichloropropene, or 1,3-DCP. It has a trade name sometimes called Telone, based on the manufacturer of that chemical. And then methyl bromide, which I think many of you know. The county did issue, when TriCal first began operations in that time frame or subsequent to that, a conditional use permit, which I have reviewed. That is still an active conditional use permit. It does not have any limits on the quantities or the types of fumigants that can be handled at the facility. And it is my professional opinion, based on reviewing literally tens and hundreds of facilities, including chemical facilities and refineries and chemical plants, that it is a very congested facility. There is a lot that is happening on the facility in relatively tight spaces. This is simply an aerial image taken from publicly available Google or Apple or other maps. And for those of you that are familiar with the facility, off to the right, the sort of diagonal is Highway 25. You can see a couple of cars there when this photograph was taken. Off on the other side, which would be really the southern side, or is the railroad tracks, and the facility is in this triangular wedge. And I'm not showing the full facility here. This is just the part where there are the heart of the chemical storage tank and the blending operations. You can see some yellow cylinder-looking things. Those are chemical tanks. What you probably can't see that clearly are some 3 red circles with shadows. Those are the vertical tanks, and you can see them pretty clearly when you drive on Highway 25. And then there are other cylinders and tank trucks and a number of other sort of storage devices that you would expect for a chemical distribution, blending, and facility of this type. So what is a fumigant? I mentioned that they handle fumigants at the TriCal facility. It is essentially a poison. The whole purpose of a fumigant is to kill pests, if you will. Now, there are structural fumigants, and many of us are familiar with that. If you've seen people in real estate sales, the tent buildings for termites, as it's called, or perhaps for other pests, and those are examples of a class of fumigants we call structural fumigants. And then there are agricultural fumigants, which is really at issue here. And they are designed similarly to kill pests, but in soil, so that you can then grow whatever it is that you want to grow, row crops and so on, so without being subject to the pests that might otherwise come out and destroy your crops or damage their yield. So by design, because their purpose is to kill pests in the soil, they are highly toxic and they're dangerous. And as I mentioned, although TriCal can blend many different formulations, a lot of what they do is dealing with these 3 fumigants. They used to do a lot more methyl bromide business in the past, and methyl bromide as background was a very good agricultural fumigant and had been used for decades, approved by the government, subject to safety and so on. But it turned out, because of the bromine present there, that was not compatible with the stratospheric ozone layer. So it got discontinued, or its use got reduced. And so other fumigants, like chlorpecrin and 1,3-DCP or Telone, have increased in terms of their usage. TriCal also does some research at the facility to look for new formulations in the past, but those chemicals are in relatively small quantities. And I did not, and we did not consider releases and consequences of those types of other facilities. We focused on these because they're handled and stored and blended in the largest quantities. As Mr. Groves mentioned briefly, there was a submittal by TriCal. Now, this is pursuant to their regulatory obligations. In other words, they're subject, and they complied with that, those regulations, by submitting a risk management plan. This is an EPA regulation. It draws ultimately from the Clean Air Act of 1990. This was submitted in 2008, approved by the county, and its purpose was to look at what would happen if you in fact had a release of one of their chemicals. At that point, they chose methyl bromide because that's what they were subject to under those regulations. That's what they had to look for. I don't want to imply that somehow they only did methyl bromide and not the others. The regulation at that time did not require them to look at every single chemical. They looked at methyl bromide. Again, I think the comment was made earlier about the study not taking into account safety features and mitigation that is available at TriCal. And we'll get more into that, I suppose, and we will. But I want to caution you that even when TriCal's own analysis was done, for good reason, they did not take into account the kind of safety and mitigation measures they have, because frankly, those are designed for extremely small, run-of-the-mill spills and releases, which the facility rightly is equipped to do. They can handle that, and I suppose they do that. But the hazards and the releases we are talking about here, and the scenarios we're talking about, no reasonable facility, and I've worked in refineries, so they're far more complex with a lot better capitalization and a lot more folks working. No facility is designed routinely to handle and mitigate the type of releases that I'm talking about. I want to make that extremely clear. There is mitigation for routine spills and releases, and TriCal has those, and they do apply them when they have such small quantity releases. But mitigating something of the type of scenarios we are talking about here is an entirely different ballgame. So TriCal's own risk management plan rightly didn't say that, no, there is no consequence, because we can mitigate if there was, in fact, the rail car release of methyl bromide. They did not do that, and for good reason. The result at that point was, in their analysis, again using models, similar type of models we'll talk about, is about a 6.8-mile radius within which the concentrations of methyl bromide, if released, would not be safe. 6.8 miles from the TriCal facility. So what is an off-site consequence analysis, which is the type of analysis and the results that are shown here? As a little bit of background, I want to digress. It's not, I'm sort of not reading slides here on this, but so there is a concept of risk. And we're all familiar with what risk is, although it does get confusing in terms of how we apply the concept. Risk, from a technical standpoint, can be divided into two parts. One is the probability of something happening, and the second part is the consequence, if that something came to pass. Risk is a combination of both of those. Again, the issue of probabilities has been raised, and we'll be happy to discuss that, but risk is a combination of those two together. And the something happening is, in this case, always something bad happening. We don't use the term risk when I don't say to my wife, I think there's a risk I might win the lottery tomorrow. Okay? It's a, again, low probability, high impact event, but I don't use that because it's a positive outcome. We only serve risk for when things are likely to be bad. That's just the way risk is defined. Hazards, and that term will come about, hazards are things that potentially can cause those events to happen. So hazards create risks because they can cause those events, those scenarios to come to pass. Mechanical hazards, things breaking. Human hazards, human beings are prone to accidents and causing accidents. Accidents that can happen on the site, off-site. Natural hazards. There's an earthquake fault, you probably don't want to build on it. There are places where there are volcanic hazards, people don't build right next to it. Floodplains, those are natural hazards. Storm damage, so on and so forth. Intentional hazards. We live in a day and age when it is not sufficient to say that those can never happen. 9/11 happened. So the idea that you cannot have intentional hazards is unrealistic, especially in the US, as it is targeted. There are bad people constantly looking at soft spots and our underbelly to cause us harm, to cause confusion. Whether it's terrorism, sabotage, whether it's close to hand that there's a disgruntled employee, I can give you examples of any of those and all of those. So there are a number of hazards, and they can cause these consequences. With that background, let me then simply say that the goal in most of these off-site consequence analysis is, because we don't exactly have the timing and the frequency of when a particular hazard might happen, and there is, I can enumerate hundreds of different combinations of hazards, and each of them with their own calculated probabilities, estimated probabilities, but not real knowledge about the probabilities. We focus on what we can control, which is the consequences. I cannot tell you right now if there isn't a truck barreling down 25 that might accidentally, for whatever reason, run into this or some other facility. And nobody in the world can tell you that probability. If anybody is telling you that probability, you need to ask them if they can indemnify you from that probability, okay? If I knew the probability of the fire that might happen in the house that I live, I would not spend the money buying a premium for next year. I would say, I know there's no chance it'll happen next year. You might skip the payment, save the money. Dealing with probabilities is fraught, and I welcome a discussion during Q&A to get more into that. So let's specify for now that the rest of the report will talk about the consequence side of it. Consequence analysis is done using our best science. I heard somebody mention not based on science, and we'll refute that in due course. It is based on our best knowledge today, and that is exemplified through models that take into account how the release might occur, what quantity of substance might be released, so-called source models, how that will then disperse in the atmosphere, and therefore what the impact of that will be. And typically the impact is in terms of concentrations when it's a toxic chemical, and how that will likely affect if there is a human being or a range of human beings. From public, we look at everybody from children to adults. We look at different stages of their ability to handle toxic chemicals and how they will, in fact, deal with that. And we establish these toxic endpoints. So when TriCal estimated that it is 6.8 miles of methyl bromide released from one car, they used a toxic endpoint, the toxicity of methyl bromide, to arrive at that 6.8 mile radius. Much the same way, we will look at chemical toxicity risks. And then we look at fire and explosion risks. Some of these chemicals, their vapors can ignite. Toluene particularly, the vapor can ignite, the vapor can then explode. And as I said, it's a congested site, so lots of consequential things can happen if that does happen. What sort of models did we use? There are public domain models that have been developed by the different US government agencies based on the best science. Again, I want to stress that. Codified through these models, whether it is EPA, whether it is NOAA, whether it is FEMA, whether it is agencies like that that are in the business of assessing and developing models, all of that is public. All of the source code is public. You can go to the model, the documentation, and figure out what was done, how it was validated, against what data it was validated. You can get, therefore, an assurance of the reliability of that model. Non-proprietary and public. We use models that are non-proprietary and that are public, for which documentation is available. And then for release scenarios, I'm going to use the word reasonable worst case. It is a balance between worst case. We do want to look at hazards that cause worst case releases. It would be of no value to anybody to say, okay, there is a pipe that is over here. Let me only look at the chances of that 1-inch pipe which carries chemical X breaking, because a truck might go underneath it and somebody might accidentally snag it and release something. That could happen, easily mitigated, easily handled. It is not a worst case scenario for a facility like TriCal. On the other hand, I think it would be unreasonable to say every one of those 10 tanks that contain chemical X, or every one of those 3 tanks that contain chemical Y, all of it, poof, would release their contents at the same time. That would not be reasonable in my mind, because you would have to foresee events that would, in fact, cause that kind of widespread. Now, can 1 or 2 tanks happen? Reasonable people can agree where that reasonable line is. But I have not done, and we have not done what we call is an Armageddon scenario, as I will talk about that, where everything just magically releases all contents. That is not appropriate either. So it's a balance between what is worst case and what is reasonable. The report itself is pretty comprehensive, and it is open. Anybody can look at it. Anybody can look at every single model that is here, every single assumption that has been made. It's got an executive summary, it's got the main report, it's got appendices, it's got all the details in the interest of transparency, just so people can look at it. And it does make a buffer recommendation. I'll come back to that. But as Mr. Groves has said, it is the considered judgment of the authors of the report, me included, that given the number of scenarios we analyzed, and given the number of scenarios we did not analyze, because there's a finite amount of time, as you heard, the report was already a few weeks or a few months late, based on what is analyzed, what is not analyzed, the type of hazards that are additional to what is analyzed, the likelihood that you have multiple impacts at that distance, the recommendation is a minimum of 3.5 miles would be a safe, an appropriate, a prudent buffer zone for this set of chemical hazards that are present there. Again, at a facility that is perfectly in compliance with current requirements. The idea is we did not say simply by waving my arms to reach, I think there was another term used, predetermined outcome, and we can address that. I had no idea what the outcome would be until the modeling was done, until we looked at the different sensitivities of the different things, what that would be. To suggest otherwise is a falsehood and frankly inappropriate. The report does not present any false information. You might disagree with an assumption that has been made, and I'm happy to discuss it and defend it, but to claim that it contains false information is inappropriate and simply wrong. To simply say that the report was based on not considering safety measures, I have already addressed that. So how do we go about doing this? Before I came on the scene to develop this report, as I mentioned, there had been a site visit done in December. I was the beneficiary of the initial analysis of the site visit by Pacific Crest Engineering. They are the ones that recommended a more detailed analysis, given what they saw, and rightly so. And then I worked with EMC, I worked with Trinity Consultants, a nationally recognized, in the US, consulting firm that does this very type of work. And yes, Dr. Jing, who I worked with, and his team, is also a mechanical engineer. And we'll get back to the fine distinctions between mechanical and chemical engineering, and I hope the board gives me a chance to talk about that, since it has come up as some kind of a touchstone for people's competence, which it is not. But both of us are mechanical engineers by training. Both of us have extensive experience in chemical engineering and modeling. And his team has additional staff that worked on that, and I worked with them to define scenarios, to look at analysis. And then that is the result that you see here, the report itself. No Armageddon scenarios. I mentioned what I meant by that. These are reasonable worst case. The goal was not to simply look at a cascading series of worst case scenarios. In fact, we did not look at these chain or sequential reactions that might actually happen given the congested nature of the site. It is entirely likely, frankly, and this is where you can reasonably posit a scenario where if there is a fire or an explosion, it will cause a secondary impact. We see that a lot. I should mention this. How do we know this? Not all of this is conjecture. The report has 2 sections. There's a summary section where we talk about previous accidents. History, accidental history. We all learn, and science progresses by looking at what came before and learning the lessons from that and factoring it in. And so we have that. We have that in an appendix. Every time there's a chemical accident, there is a chemical safety board that reviews the accidents, puts out reports, talks about what was learned, the root causes that happened, and how to prevent that by design and operation so it doesn't happen again. All of our understanding of risk is based on bad things that have happened before, and trying not to replicate them. We talk about Bhopal. We talk about, that was in India, where I'm from. Chemical plant, a lot of people living nearby there, gradually. And there is something that I'll mention a couple of times. Familiarity does breed complacency. A lot of people in town here drive by Tri-Cal all the time. So it's familiar to them. It's there, it's been there. We don't think about the particular hazards. There are a lot of times in my house where there's an extension cord, I don't think about that. I go over it once, twice, I step over it. Then one day in the dark when I'm not particularly in good shape, I trip over it and I fall. So familiarity does breed complacency, and that is something we take into account when we do these consequence analyses. As I mentioned, we looked at site visit, we looked at documents, we looked at the nature of the operations, and from that we picked 15 scenarios. I'll walk through them very briefly. I'm not going to go through each one of them. That is 15 out of a much larger group of scenarios. If 5 of us got together, 10 of us got together and did a what if this or what if that, we could come up with many more scenarios. But we picked 15 scenarios because we all have subject to practicalities of time and effort and so on. But these capture the range of outcomes, and that's what was the goal. Does not mean, and this is critical, that there are other scenarios that couldn't happen, and does not mean, more importantly, that the results of that were factored into the recommendation of that buffer zone. Yes, meteorological data has come up. Meteorological data is the ambient wind data and the wind direction and so on that is taken to drive the releases from their point of release into the surrounding community. It is an important part of the analysis, and I'll get into the details now and into the questions. We did look at Hollister Airport data. It is quality assured data. It is not that far from Tri-Cal. It's got good instruments, and it is therefore very reliable data. But that does not mean that we did not look at the Tri-Cal collected meteorological data. They have a site, they've been collecting data, and we did look at that. Let me tell you a little secret. The results are not that different, and we did model using Tri-Cal data, and if anything, they were slightly greater. If I'd used only Tri-Cal data, my recommendation may have been in the 4-mile range or thereabouts. So Tri-Cal data was actually somewhat larger in terms of its predictability. We don't normally consider wind direction because of the nature of the business, because we don't know when the release will happen. Again, we're back to the odds. If somebody can tell me the bad things can only happen between 3 and 5 in the morning, then we can go back and look at the winds and how they behave between 3 and 5 in the morning, and it would be appropriate to do so. Every fire department in this country does similar analysis for emergency response, and we look at circles. We look at radiuses, because we simply don't know when something will happen. What is the wind condition at that same time? We just don't have that predictability. And no one in the world can sit before this body and say, I know what the wind will be on Tuesday at 2 o'clock in the afternoon a year from now. They simply cannot tell you that. What I have done, and I will tell you this so we don't have to come back to it again, is wind data given the lay of the land. This is using Tri-Cal's wind data. It's very variable. You don't look at a wind rose, and that will come up. A wind rose tells you the average wind blowing from a particular direction or a prevailing wind, and they're very useful in that way. But what the wind rose doesn't tell you is how quickly the wind shifts. If you have a release, God willing you don't, but if you have a release, the fire department will want to know which parts of town to evacuate. And if they're doing that and they don't have an idea, and within 20 minutes the wind has shifted to the opposite direction, it can be a problem for them. So a wind rose doesn't tell you the shifts, it doesn't tell you the direction of the shifts. And when I look at that data, 30% of the time in hours or thereabouts, the wind is usually calm, which means it has got no direction, or it is shifting, and it is within the 1 meter per second wind velocity that has been used here. So there's a method to the choice of the inputs that we put into the models. So let me talk briefly about the scenarios. Again, I'm not going to talk about every one in very simple terms. We looked at 4 different releases from chloropicrin. There are 10 chloropicrin tanks. Just to give you an idea, each is about 10,000 gallons. And each chlorpicrin tank, they're all located. Those are the little white cylinders we saw in that previous figure on the aerial photograph. They have containment areas. That means if there's a small release, the containment area can hold that until it can be cleaned up. So we did look at what happens if there's a release, but it's limited to the containment area. And then we looked at the containment area shape itself, whether that can be breached. And indeed, it can, and certainly under the scenarios we're talking about, it most likely will. So we looked at a couple of different, or 3 other pool areas. This shows us the sensitivity of that assumption. It shows us how these circles increase or don't when you have a breach of the containment area and the liquid spreads to different nominal sizes. So 4 scenarios for chlorpicrin from the tanks. 1 scenario for a single rail car for chlorpicrin. Just like TriCal itself had looked at 1 single rail car of methyl bromide, we looked at 1 single rail car of chlorpicrin. At any given time, and the day I happened to be there were multiple chlorpicrin rail car tanks. And we'll be happy to get into whether rail car releases can happen when they're stationary or not, because that has come up before in comments. Then we look at, and these were for toxic releases. Chlorpicrin, when it spreads, will cause toxic impact, so we looked at the endpoints to toxic releases. One of the things that chlorpicrin can do is it can transform to another compound called phosgene. Phosgene is highly toxic. It's just a chemical reaction. Nobody can control that. At different temperatures, it will form more and more phosgene. So we looked at a phosgene toxic impact as well. Then we looked at similarly T-lone, which is the 1,3-DCP. We looked at its tank releases. Now those are the 3 vertical tanks, the 32,000-gallon tanks. And it also has a small 10,000-gallon tank as well. But there again, we looked at 1, if it's a scenario where it stays within the containment, or then if the containment is breached, as it most likely will be in many of the scenarios, what happens to that circle? And you'll see the fact that it is not outcome determinative because many of our predictions have very small circles. In fact, it is what it is. It is what the models predict based on the best science we can put into it. If it was outcome determinative, and I take particular offense at that, I would have limited this and censored this to only showing bad things. We want it to be transparent, and we show all scenarios that were modeled. Then we have 2 scenarios from 1,3-DCP, which is T-lone, because the vapors can ignite. There are plenty of ignition sources in the area. One of the worst chemical accidents in the world happened in the early 70s in England, when there were chemical releases into vapor, and they were ignited simply by the act of somebody leaving the scene and turning on their car. They started their car, and that was the source of ignition. 23 people died. The entire town was devastated. It's called the Flixborough accident. A lot of lessons learned on chemical process safety leading from that. So the most innocuous things can cause ignition of vapors, and if they do happen, you get tremendous explosive power in the vapors that have been released. And that can cause vapor impacts, fire impacts, and explosion impacts. So we looked at 2 scenarios for fires and explosions. T-lone also can form hydrochloric acid. So we looked at that. So if it forms hydrochloric acid, it's an acid gas, let's look at what its impact might be. Everybody knows about acid, so it's pretty common. And you'll see it's not controlling. If we have T-lone and it does form hydrochloric acid, I don't think it's going to go more than 1/3 or 1/4 of a mile. It's going to stay fairly close. So again, not outcome determinative because we show scenarios that are relatively low in impact because that's what they are. There's no reason to exaggerate our risks, and we did not do that, or our impacts. And then lastly, we did revisit the methyl bromide 1 railcar release. We came to a different conclusion than what TriCal had in their RMP, a shorter distance actually, not 6.8 miles, and we present that as well. We, as I said, potentially had other scenarios. What if the methyl bromide ignited caused hydrogen bromide? That's another corrosive gas. We said we're not going to look at that. And we could have gone and literally had hundreds of these scenarios. And so we looked at this as covering the range for those 3 major chemicals that we were faced with. So what are these toxic endpoints, very briefly? And these are, again, developed by government and expert agencies. the acute exposure guideline limits, so AEGLs. You'll see in the figures I show red zones and yellow zones. That's just a simple way of conveying this stuff publicly. The red zone, as designed, is the actual life-threatening or can cause death zone. Sometimes in the business it's called the death zone because of that. If you have people there, they're literally at risk of fatalities. And then there's a yellow zone where the concentrations can be a little less, and therefore the idea there is while you may have irreversible impacts or long-lasting health impacts, it might impair your ability to escape. We'd like to know in that area, because that is important for emergency relief. If you have a lot of people there, and many of them are going to be in the yellow zone, they're going to need a lot of help. Do you have the capacity to go out and help them? That's of interest. So those are the toxic endpoints. And then for fire, we look at different radiation levels. And then for explosion, we look at different overpressure levels. These are all publicly used endpoints. We did not manufacture for this analysis a new endpoint that others have not used, the government has not used, and we did not say we'll design our unique. We did design our unique release scenarios because that is site-specific, but having done that, the exposure endpoints are all publicly available. There's a summary of them. I'm not going to read this, obviously, it's in the report, but just to show you that for each chemical there are exposure endpoints, fire there are exposure endpoints, overpressure there are exposure endpoints. And then I'll quickly march you through and make a few key points. The chloropicrin I mentioned, we did 4 different releases. And when I flip through this quickly, you'll see as the pool area becomes bigger, obviously the red zone becomes bigger. That's all it shows. So we understand the sensitivity, understand that it tells us a little bit about how those radiuses improve. It could have been that based on its properties, chloropicrin would not affect the radius at all, whether it was 163 square meters or 5,000 square meters. There are those type of chemicals, so you would not expect much sensitivity. Not the case here. It does make a big difference. The rail car, same thing. It's similar to the largest tank release. This is the phosgene hazard zone. Phosgene is really nasty. It's very low toxicity endpoints. We can't handle that. It's used in wartime as chemical warfare agents, frankly. So it just happens to be a product of degradation of chloropicrin. The DCP, on the other hand, for toxics, you can barely see the end zone on that figure. There is a red and there is a yellow, but they're so close to the facility that it is not coming out very far at all. And just happens to be, again, the idea that based on its properties, you're not going to get very far with the release scenarios we looked at. And this is for the smallest. And then even if I make it bigger, you see that red zone getting bigger, but at our largest distance, it is still very, very small. It's nothing like chloropicrin. This should lay to rest the concern that we've been outcome determinative. No, we looked at analysis and this is what it is, so we present it here. This is the thermal radiation zone. This is the fire zone from T-lone vapor fires. Again, the fire and the next explosion zone are very close. What we did not analyze is the consequence of secondary or chain reactions from those fires and explosions, which there undoubtedly will be. But that is part of the expert judgment that when you do that and handle it, there will be multipliers of these that will create more damage because they will release more chemicals that are on site. Similarly, for hydrochloric acid, as I mentioned earlier, the distances are pretty small. And then for methyl bromide, our calculations show somewhere between around 4 for the AEGL2 as opposed to the 6.8 that TriCal had modeled. So actually, the distances are smaller than what TriCal had modeled in 2008. The recommended buffer of 3.5 miles is based on these scenarios not analyzed and what they could have been. About 25 years of my experience doing this kind of work, about 10 plus years of Dr. Jing Kwong in Trinity doing this type of modeling work, using models that are publicly available, using assumptions that are reasonable for this type of reasonable worst case. I stand ready to take questions from you. Or we do, rather, Michael.
Questions from the board?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I jump in front of my colleagues on the board. If they want to ask their questions first, that's fine, because I've got a list about 25 questions or better.
Go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I'm going to start with Harry first, though. I want to know how much this report cost and who paid for it.
Mr. Chairman.
Breaking up.
Yeah, we couldn't hear you.
Members of the board, this report was $50,000. It is been issued, the contract was issued with the county. As far as the exact source of the payment, I would expect that would utilize some of the development fund that was set aside in the application for the Strata Verde project.
Okay, thank you, Harry. And if you recall, we did talk to, the Strata Verde applicant, and that is my understanding that they are responsible for the cost of this study. But in return, in our meeting, October 30th, we were supposed to supply them with a scope of study, knowledge of who the consultant was, and interaction with the layout of the potential development, and none of that ever occurred. We expected that the deadline of this report was to be within 2 months. That did not. I think there's some real issues here. And this is just general stuff. I kind of wanted to ask Michael Groves, we changed consultants, obviously. We started out with a gentleman named Jim Walker.
Please, ma'am.
What happened with the initial consultant?
Supervisor Vitello, this is Michael Groves. Is the question about Pacific Crest, the engineering firm that we hired initially? That was a phase one of this project, and that consulting firm is a local agricultural engineer, and they did a site visit. We had a meeting with TriCal, and after we consulted with each other, we determined, and they actually determined from their experience that there was more information needed and more modeling needed that was beyond their scope. So they recommended Trinity Consultants, and so we contacted them and moved down the road, and then eventually hired Dr. Sahu.
Okay. Now, if we can, the Dr. is that how you pronounce the consultant's name?
Sahu is typically how I do it, but since I'm okay with either. So Sahu is how I normally call myself. It's not Sehu, Sahu.
Okay. All right. What does TriCal need to do to reduce and relieve the risk of that huge buffer?
Supervisor, you are coming across occasionally choppy, so I'm hoping I'm catching the full question. Sometimes the words are getting chopped up because of the connection. But your question was, what does TriCal need to do to reduce the risk? Was that the question?
Yes.
Try to get closer to the mic if possible, Anthony, please.
Okay, sorry about that. Kind of like reach there. Is that working a little bit better?
I think it's a little better.
You know what? Let me change. Maybe that would help. Sorry, I apologize to everybody. Okay.
Okay. Let me give you an answer, if I can, to your
Does
question.
that work a little better?
Yeah, I think it's a little.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. What does TriCal need to do to relieve some of the risk that is the worst case scenario that you're outlining as far as the need of that huge circular buffer?
Again, I had trouble. Do you understand the last part of the question? I'm sorry.
Mitigate the risk. What is
How do you mitigate the risk there?
Okay. The word was mitigate. Okay. Supervisor, the short answer is the report was focused on analyzing the consequences. As you see, it does not have a section on mitigation because we did not focus on all the potential mitigations that could happen. But it's a legitimate question, and I'll say this, given the nature of operations, while there are some things you could mitigate, it is my opinion that given how they bring the chemicals in through rail cars, given that they then do transfers to above ground storage tanks, they do blending, and then they do transfers of products to actually a whole number of tank cars, which we didn't even analyze scenarios for. No chemical facility or similar, even complex facility like a refinery has the capacity to mitigate all the different scenarios. So there isn't a ready silver bullet, in my opinion anyway, that says we can have enough mitigation that would eliminate these consequences. But as example again, the fact that we had accidents in refineries, Chevron, Exxon, Bhopal, these are all sophisticated players. They all look at mitigation. There are some things you can mitigate. If there is an accident, you can take, for example, better inspection to make sure your tanks are in good shape, your lines are in good shape, but you cannot mitigate against intentional acts. You cannot mitigate against acts that are unforeseeable, yet that they do have consequences. There's a term here we call high impact, low probability. Those are the consequences we are focused on, HILP events. And mitigation for HILP events is extremely difficult because if you knew what it was, then you could maybe design something, but they can come from a range of different hazards that are literally limited by our imaginations.
Well, and that's the portion that, with all due respect, I'm not buying. And the fact of the matter is that if there's an intentional terrorist type of event, it's a happen in a big city while the car is being loaded, the truck or the railroad car. But I really got lost just at the beginning because of those perfect circles of the buffer. And within those circles, we currently have hundreds, if not thousands, of people in that circle now. But, and I'm not sure what is being suggested here, that nothing should take place out there, including agriculture. The weather is clearly flawed. There is a stiff wind. The temperatures are not anywhere near your base. And that absolutely would alter if there is if some sort of worst case scenario that you're outlining in your report, the shape of the area of concern on a typical day. Which brings me to kind of question the risk management plan, the RMP. The Cal EPA requires TriCal to develop that for methylbromide, but in your report, you also included chloroquine in the 1,3 DCP. What's the logic of that?
Sure, that's a good question. And you had, I don't know, you said several things before, but it was an informative question. And if you want me to come back to the meteorological data, I'm happy to do so, Supervisor. But to your specific question on the risk management plan, as you said, that is required under a particular set of regulations by Cal EPA and ultimately from federal EPA. And they have in those regulations requirements for which chemicals you need to analyze based on how much quantity you store and so on. So when TriCal did their risk management plans, they followed that regulation, and effectively methyl bromide, when they did these plans, was the only chemical they needed to do that analysis for. They did not have to look at chloropicrin. They did not have to look at 1,3-DCA. Two things have happened since their last risk management plan. As I mentioned, methyl bromide has been phased out, its use, and TriCal confirmed that. So they're using a lot more of other compounds, other fumigants, such as chloropicrin and 1,3-DCA, because the methyl bromide business is simply down because of its phase out. So we looked at what they're storing, the properties of these chemicals as they're laid out in the report. And again, this was not a regulatory exercise. We didn't want to replicate what RMPs required because they are very specific. We looked at it as what are the hazards that could cause reasonable worst case scenarios. And again, we chose the three because they're the three big ones. There are a whole bunch of smaller formulations and storage devices we did not look at. So that's the reason why we didn't just begin and stop with methyl bromide, because chloropicrin's properties and 1,3-DCA's properties, DCP's properties are equally hazardous. That's why we looked at all three.
Okay. And if we kind of back up a little bit as far as the weather and temperature conditions, obviously the Strata Verde property is well up gradient and upwind from the facility. So all these reports in buffer zones that experts like yourself develop, you just use it where no wind and a high temperature that could be reached in a stat at the modeling points.
Now, let me clarify, because those are very good questions. I think those are extremely good questions, Supervisor, and very, I think, important to get clear for the public. Wind shifts, nobody has the power to predict what wind will be at any future date and time. If you accept that proposition, now we're talking about the likelihood of a release when we do not know what the wind will be at that time. You cannot, therefore, use average wind speeds or predominant wind directions, because that would, again, be tantamount to playing the odds. In other words, if you get lucky, you may have favorable winds that will take things away from you, or if you're not lucky, you will not have that possibility. So it is customary in this type of analysis to look at the reasonable worst case, which is your winds, your temperatures, are things that will give you the reasonable worst case. That is not to imply that on a given day, the winds may not be from a different direction. Just like my example of if I knew when the next fire would happen in my house, I would only carry insurance for that day and that year. I wouldn't do it for the rest of the time. So it is exactly analogous to that, even though it's a simplified example. And here it is further compounded when as I mentioned in my presentation, when you look at the wind directions and you look at the shifts in the wind directions, they are dramatic. There are a large number of hours where, for example, between 1 hour to the next, you have wind coming from 45 degrees away. There are a smaller subset of that, but still many hours where the wind has literally shifted to 180 degrees. So just because there's a prevailing wind, and there is, that average condition does not dictate a reasonable worst case analysis. And there are also many hours of what we call calm winds. Calm winds are when wind speed is slow. In fact, TriCal's own data shows calm winds for hundreds of hours a year based on their own weather station, where when you have very calm winds, the direction just meanders. You don't have a preferred direction, so there is really no directionality to calm winds. And so the choice of the 1 meter per second, we could have picked half a meter per second, 3/4, 1.25. It was based on a judgment to capture this idea of a lot of very calm hours at TriCal. And similarly, large number of, whether you went to the Hollister Airport or TriCal, large number of hours with very calm winds. And that is why we don't simply say, let's do an analysis where we will assume the wind is going to be, you use the word upwind or up gradient, because that would not be a reasonable worst case. That would be a best case analysis. And yes, we can all agree that if something bad happens at TriCal and the wind is blowing from the south or the southwest, you might get lucky that day and things will go away from you. But that doesn't require analysis. That simply requires faith that those two events will happen at the same time, namely a release will happen when the winds are favorable. That's not an analysis that is done in the practice, and I don't know of anybody that does this type of analysis doing reasonable best case analyses.
Okay. I read the whole report a few times over, and section 2.1, an overview of the accident in India 35 years ago, very tragic for those folks and people. But why is something like that even in this report? 35 years ago, instead of people walk around with iPhones, they have pagers. And, the world has changed so much. And maybe that was the catalyst of a lot of industrial safety worldwide. And I'm sure a lot of those implementations have been placed in regulation with agencies, and TriCal is in compliance with it. So why are we using a catastrophic event somewhere else in the world that we don't know what their oversight was back then, and trying to justify the worst case scenario here?
That's a good question again. All your questions are good, so I'll keep it as a standing. But the issue here is we learn from our past. We learn from mistakes from our past, and Bhopal was there as stands out because it gave us for the first time what happened in that part of the world, in addition to being tragic, led to, frankly, our current set of regulations in the US and in California, okay? So it has direct implications, just as I mentioned Flixborough in England in the 70s, or Seveso in Italy in the 70s also. We learn from our mistakes, or the Piper Alpha disaster, or how buildings are designed after 9/11. We learn from our mistakes. Bhopal is there. But to address your more critical point, in Appendix 8 of the report, there is a full, sort of a longer list of industrial accidents in the US. 2020, 2019, 2019, 2018, refineries and chemical plants, and it is in reverse chronological order. You can see that chemical accidents are not limited to just something that happened in one place 35 years ago. That is far from the truth. 2012, in the Bay Area, the Chevron refinery had a massive explosion. 2015, where I live in Southern California, there was a massive explosion in the Mobile refinery. So industrial accidents, large releases, and explosions are routine. And this is just US. We put that in the US because precisely for the reason that somebody might say, well, why do we care about what's happening in Europe and the regulatory regimen is different? Well, EPA regulates all these sources. Cal EPA. And California has one of the strongest regulations. The two big refineries, we don't have that many refineries left in California. And yet, Chevron and Mobil in the north and south of the state, within the last few years, massive explosions, not because Chevron and Mobil are careless operators, not because they don't comply with the regulations, not because of any of the reasons. These things are the nature of the hazard when you're dealing with chemicals that are inherently hazardous, quantities that are large, proximities that are congested, and a range of hazards that can arise from any number of causes, as I've mentioned here. I did not elaborate in the report, and nor did we do that together, of all the different hazards and ways in which harm can be done, because that would be a disservice. Because we don't want to give a roadmap to bad guys. I'll be happy to sit down with you or anybody else privately, and we can brainstorm and not just be imaginative. I can give you examples of where those type of low probability events have happened. These are all high impact, low probability events that we don't want to give a roadmap to people and trigger their imaginations. But that does not mean that just because it hasn't happened in 30 years that they've been here, while development has happened around them, that it could not happen. In fact, because of the likelihood of more exposure, there is more likelihood of these events happening, and that's something that we can parse later. Nobody forecast 9/11 because it was in nobody's imagination. Nobody forecast the pandemic, whether you believe it is real or imaginary. People are sick and people are dying, but nobody cared because those things happened 100 years ago when people's grandfathers were not even alive. So high impact, low probability events do occur, and you cannot be that dismissive of Bhopal and its lessons learned. Setting aside the tragedies, of course, it has direct implications. But there's more than Bhopal. There is events leading to, the last event we have here was January of 2020. So, and there are these things happening all the time. So it's not a complete statement to say just Bhopal is the only one that's an example. It is just one of many in the report.
And we didn't model the worst case.
Well, I still can't use that as a reference point to set a buffer zone as wide as you have. There's tragedies and catastrophes all the time, and there could be a bus full of kids, and they have an accident. Well, let's not outlaw buses for kids. Let's learn from it and do some mitigations. What can we do to make things work? People would be shocked as far as how many chemical operations that are in our industrial zones. Cold storage is with a tremendous amount of ammonia, and that's real toxic if it's you have a catastrophic breach. But for that to happen, it's highly improbable.
Can I address that? Can I address that briefly? It's true. We did not look at comprehensively all the other chemical storage facilities and all the hazards. That is absolutely right, Supervisor. And I'm sure there are others here. We did look at TriCal, given its size in terms of chemical storage, and given what it has reported out to agencies as to what it stores there. And so it is a fair point that there are others, and they could pose hazards. But we were focused on, there's the proposal to increase exposure. Right now, as I mentioned, there are two things. The consequence depends on exposure too. So if you have a situation right now where there is agricultural area, but not that many people living there, recreating there, all the reasons that Mr. Groves had in his slide, everything from childcare, daycare centers, religious institutions, all kinds of things that are proposed there, you're going to increase the exposure. So the hazards consequences will be more when those exposures come to be. When TriCal moved there, I think 40 years ago or sometime, the place was a lot sparser. In fact, that may be the reason why they moved there, because frankly, they needed no one to be around when there would be a potential release, and therefore that would give them a measure of safety, exactly a buffer zone. Now things have crept up. But that does not mean, I don't know, I'm going to quote, Will Rogers here. When you're in a hole, he said, the first thing is to do is to stop digging. And so that is exactly what this is geared to do, is to let people know. I talked to your fire department and asked them what capacity they have to deal with something like this. And I don't think I got a very comfortable answer. They are not equipped to deal with emergencies of this type, of hazards of this type. And it is due to, for those reasons, it's a lack of awareness. Let's put it that way.
I don't think you'd have a fire department that would feel comfortable. Be honest with you, sir. I was a fireman and trained myself, but that would be with any of the hazardous materials type of release. Section 5. what is TriCal's protective action plan and their past experiences with AEGLs, and does this only happen on site, or could it be a mobile unit? Because they do move that product, they mix it and then they move it to the field and then they apply it.
Right. I'm sorry.
So I worry about more of the mobile units rather than the site, the stationary site.
That's a good question again. We initially thought we could look at some of their mobile units, but not when they were actually in the field. But as you know, what TriCal does is after they mix, and as explained to me, is they store the formulations for next day's application on site, so that when the crews come out in the morning, they can go out to the field and they drive out their formulations in their tanker trucks. So we did initially contemplate adding to our scenarios about what would happen if those tanker trucks had releases while they're on the site, but we did not look at mobile releases, meaning what would happen when the tanker trucks leave and go out to the field, because they have a pretty large area that they service, it's my understanding, and we just did not include that in our scenarios. That's not to say that things could not happen there and so on.
Okay, I'm going to ask this question here. The 60-minute exposure duration, footnote 65.
Yes.
I can't find that hard to believe. If I was starting to see that there was an accident down the road at TriCal, I'm working in the field, basically in the same neighborhood, a half a mile away, and I feel like I'm coming with something, I'm leaving.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. If you're working in a field and you're doing agricultural operations, there's 3 of you there in the field, you see something happening, you take off. The roads are not crowded, and you're able to exit the situation, and you might not have the exposure. But when you have a large number of people contemplated to be there from with all age distributions, and then you have a problem, the first thing that happens, Supervisor, is panic. Okay, people usually don't know what to do, and that governs that initial reaction. Even if they're told to shelter in place, some people will start to leave. We have a lot of experience of how people deal with abnormal information presented to them in the heat of battle. Your fire department, your emergency responders will take 10, 20, 30 minutes to get their arms around this. And for the type of scenarios we're talking about, they really will probably not likely to go in and do anything. They're going to let this thing burn itself out or do something, and they will send out messages for people to either leave or shelter in place. So the idea that you can extrapolate from a few people working in agricultural operations now to what might happen when you have many more folks is a little different, and how they will process information and how they can uproot and get in the car and leave is easier said than done. So it is contemplating these additional exposures if they were to occur, and that's why you need a buffer zone, so that you don't have this mass panic, you don't have the ability to not evacuate properly, and you don't have, therefore, further exposures. 60 minutes is a very reasonable exposure for these. I know it sounds like a long time, but it takes a while. Nothing is instantaneous. It takes people to come out, assess the scene, determine what happened while they're evacuating their own workers, God forbid, and doing some things to neighboring businesses, going out in outer and outer circles. All that process takes time. Arguably, 60 minutes is actually pretty quick. 60 minutes is a very standard time frame to do these analysis based on that type of experience.
So I'm aware that there was really no contact at all with the neighboring property, Strata Verde property, and what they plan to do and where they're put their facilities and so forth. So what you're suggesting with that last comment is that to minimize, public risk or public health risk, that we maintain a 3-mile buffer. But it's okay to farm and have farm workers in the field across the street, but not somebody that's testing an autonomous vehicle car on a track a mile away from Strata Verde?
No, I'm just saying that it's a degree of how many people are exposed. I mean, agricultural uses are low exposure because you don't have that many people. The density of people per square mile is much lower when you have farm workers, and they're able-bodied, they can get in a truck, and because they're just escaping a scene, they can easily make their getaway, so to speak. When you have a large number of people congested there, and again, the land uses that are proposed, we went by what the developer is proposing. I mean, it has a lot of sensitive land uses. And I think if we can pull the slide up, we can even go through that again. But everything from beyond the test track was one of them, but it included everything from religious facilities to daycare centers to, public spaces, meeting spaces. So it had a lot of very flexible land uses and was not restricted to a racetrack. That's our understanding, my understanding, at least when I looked at that proposed land use. So it is, and it'll have a range of public that's going to come to it. It's not just going to be able-bodied males or able-bodied females coming to this.
So, Anthony, I'm sorry about that, but I just want to bring something up since we're at this same thing that I want to ask is, how about Highway 25? There's people traveling up and down that 25, especially during rush hour. How does the buffer affect that whatsoever?
Well, that's again a great question. Because this was a technical analysis and we didn't want to be outcome determinative, we showed you the results of our technical analysis. And without fear or favor, we said what it is. And yes, it is true. There are existing land uses that need to be rethought and would be prudent to rethink. Highway 25, my understanding is when TriCal went in there, was very seldom used. I think somebody that I talked to in the county said maybe one or two.
It's always been used, sir. I mean, that was the only way. There's only two ways in and out, in theory. So
now it's huge.
No, but it's always been used. So it's not. It was never a farming road. It's always been our way to get into San Jose, into the Bay Area.
No, sure.
So what you heard is not. It's not correct.
No, what I heard was that its use has increased. And it's not that it was just a country lane with nobody going on that. It's traffic on it, if you look at number of vehicles per hour and so on, because of more traveling. That's true of almost all our roads. Highway 25 has had the same growth. That's what I was saying. Not that it was zero and didn't exist.
Yeah.
It always was there. It was one of the main roads, but just a lot more people on it right now. And that is both an exposure issue and it's also a potential cause issue.
Well, and that brings up a good point, Supervisor Medina. I mean, it's the 25 historically, even though it's become it's been a main artery, it still has always been a frontage road for the farming community, for the houses. I know they're sparse out there, but it doesn't matter. There's concentrations of families out there. So I had my own set of questions, and Anthony brought up some pretty good points, but even just within the context of what you were sharing, Doctor, or can I call you Doctor? I'm sorry.
You can just call me Ron. Doctor makes me feel like if you're sick, I have to do something, and I'm not equipped to do that. So.
Okay. So the Aloha model, I'm curious I was actually looking it up, and in your terms, can you explain to me what that is?
Yeah, it's actually it's an acronym, but everybody calls it Aloha. It was developed by a couple of U.S. agencies, actually NOAA, which is the National Oceanic Administration, several years ago. It is widely used for emergency responders. They almost always use Aloha because what it has is the ability to model releases of the type we're talking about from chemical releases, and then it has the ability to treat them depending on whether they're dense gases or what we call less than dense compared to air gases. So it has flexibility in Aloha to be able to deal with a number of release scenarios. And the good news is it's been tested. Aloha's algorithms, the things that go into it, are readily available. You can go look at the source documentation. You can decide to see how it was validated. It is a non-proprietary model. I mean, it's free. Anybody can download it and run their scenarios. So you don't have to get a big license from some company to be able to even run the thing with secret documentation.
So on that note, So it's and I looking through it a little bit, it says it's basically air dispersion based off of it. You know, the ultimate is the assumptions that it creates, right? This Aloha model.
Yes, you have to, like any model, you have to give it the scenario, the release quantities. You have to tell it what type of wind speed, and it gives you a sector sometimes, but the reality is also recommends that circle that I think the Supervisor Botella was talking about. The model is represented as the circle, and within that it might give you the prevailing direction, but it does not say it's only the prevailing direction. It gives you the full circle.
Yeah, and I read in there, so I was on the website and it mentioned that it gives a 6-mile radius model, so it doesn't go beyond that.
Right, that's the other thing is, because of the way the model is structured, its reliability is less if you go beyond that. Again, they're being conservative. It probably would be a little farther, but they don't recommend it going beyond 6 miles.
Because, well, and on that note, Doctor, you mentioned the single rail car model. There's many rail cars, so, I mean, what is under the assumption that that single rail car model is really not effective enough? Because if there's more than one car, then how does that not intensify the buffer, the radius?
We should talk about scenarios maybe separately and not in public, but there are rail car scenarios that can happen that are limited to a single rail car that may not carry over. We are not talking about a derailment scenario here, because when we looked at the rail cars, they're very low speed. They're sort of backed into the site, they do their job, and then they leave. This is not like a high-speed main line, trunk line, where the trains are going at, 50, 60 miles an hour, and you have derailments and things where multiple rail cars are involved. Here, the rail car release scenarios are geared towards what is happening there. In other words, it is not a high-speed scenario. So, but there are very plausible scenarios where one rail car could release, but not automatically mean that multiple ones are releasing.
Yeah. Well, and it was on that note, Dr. Sahu, the thought is so under those assumptions, there's already practices, right? Risk mitigation that the company, I imagine, does, and maybe even the rail car speed coming in, and they come up with all these game plans. Is that included in your assumptions?
Yeah, we didn't even consider scenarios like that because we presume they will be safe. In other words, we don't see any possibility, given what they have, of rail cars coming in and crashing into each other during loading. No, this would be intentional releases of rail cars. Okay. So the normal practices of how they bring rail cars in and out, frankly, in my view, are safe. They do it, they obviously pay very close attention to it. It is not those scenarios. It is scenarios that are a little bit more imaginative than that.
So, but on that note, wouldn't that mean that you would have an understanding of their practices so that you know how you can include into your own modeling what is the outcome based off of what your understanding of the way the business functions?
Yeah, but like I said, I would consider those to be routine operations. Routine operations meaning they normally bring in rail cars, they empty them, they take them out, they blend. The routine operations, they have mitigation, they have the ability to react to things. We don't even consider those as being particularly hazardous and have consequences that are large. It is the things that might happen beyond that routine set of operations. That is what the OCA is designed to handle.
Yeah, well, and it just, because is there a different model that could be used besides the Aloha model?
There are, and we have actually used other models besides Aloha. We have used models called Degadis and Slab, and those are all, but they all are regulatory models. They're all publicly available. They're all non-proprietary. They all have their nuances of how they handle these releases. But if you're just, I remember I answered your question, if you just want to know if they have a routine accident, you could use Aloha. And it'll just give you a very small distance, and you could model that. We just didn't because we wanted to model scenarios that are reasonable worst case. I wouldn't call that a reasonable worst case scenario.
Yeah. Well, and you're saying under it's probably within the ability of them to mitigate, right? Because those simple scenarios. But just looking it up, and I'm actually on the website, the National Oceanic Association. Yep. It actually mentions that so ask the question under the Q&A. At least one, how accurate is Aloha? And it uses, basically it says a model is considered accurate if it estimates within a factor of 2 of what would happen in a real release. And it specifies this rule is based mainly on expert judgment rather than experimental evidence. So that tells me that it's not based off of evidence, it's based off of their assumptions.
They have, other agencies have used, EPA has used Aloha to actually do measurements of predictions and against sites. So yes, when the model was put out, the sub-models that are part of that, they have been validated. In other words, that's the reason they're used widely, is because, and they're used in critical situations. There are, court cases involving Aloha predictions where things like that get tested. There is verification of releases.
So when it's saying judgment, it's using past historical, data,
Right.
but
No-
it's not using an experimental evidence. So it's like let's not test to see how this thing can actually happen.
People have tested Aloha and people have tested the other models. So, but you have to have a lot of resources to do proper testing, but subject to that constraint, they have been tested.
To understand
So,
the outcomes.
yeah.
Well, and my main point is it seems like in general it's based off of a lot of assumptions, is what I'm getting.
It's our best science,
Yeah.
Supervisor. If we learn new things, and that's what I mean by the progress. These models get updated as we see new scenarios, as we see new algorithms. But that's part of learning from our experience and factoring them in. But it is currently the best science, so it should not be treated as, let's just disregard it and let's make perfect the enemy of the good and simply go with our gut feel. Okay?
Yeah. No, and obviously, yeah, I totally support having, a practical understanding of the outcomes, but all I'm saying is assumptions is hard to measure. So and by default it says that.
Well, one way we deal with assumptions is we look at sensitivity. That's what I showed you, the chlorpicrin releases. Because we don't know when a real scenario would happen, what that area would be, we looked at 2, 3, 4 areas. We want to see the sensitivity. If our assumption is wrong or incorrect, how critical is that? In other words, sometimes your assumption could be wrong, but it may make no difference on the result. Other times it may be very sensitive. So we look at assumptions based on sensitivity. Just like we looked at TriCal meteorological data and Hollister meteorological data. We looked at 0.5 meter wind speed, we looked at 1 meter wind speed. In other words, because you're not sure, you can look at the sensitivity of those things. We have 2 different hydrochloric acid release scenarios, because in combustion it's very complex. And so we looked at 2 different scenarios to bracket what might happen. That's how you don't put all your chips on one assumption and say, that is it. You look at to see if you're wrong, what might be the implications.
Yeah.
So that is how we do this modeling.
Yeah, and even from the beginning, I know, and this is more of a hairy question, because from the get-go, I know last year the Board of Supervisors was very intent on making sure we had this hazard report released right away, and I would imagine this is in your camp, sir, is the expected outcome that we have a report soon, and ultimately a draft, because I know this is a final, so I question why it ended up being a final versus a draft. Give us a chance to digest, and then maybe even at that point have the question so that we can proceed with the final, right? Then it becomes it processes into a public statement. But and I know there was an NDA portion of this with TriCal, but it just seems to me that I just don't understand why Strata Verde is included as the element of this report, because technically this applies as a buffer to anything that relates, because so a simple question is, what project, because it specifically says that that Strata Verde is the Strata Verde proposal is not appropriate within this minimum buffer zone and should not be approved. That's very, very much, it basically just says specifically that project. So at what point do we not say, well, what if there's a different project? Which one is okay? That kind of creates this it almost seems biased report, instead of just saying in general what the buffer zone is supposed to apply and the impacts of that buffer zone.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor, for the question. And it's a good question, and it goes back to that discussion we had earlier about the general plan. And I'll let Dr. Sahu talk about the technical side. But when the general plan was prepared in 2015, TriCal was here, and we knew they were here. They had a use permit. They had a risk management plan. We knew what the information was from the risk management plan. We knew that there was a hazard there, so we created a hazard policy. The board looked at that hazard policy and approved it. The original policy that was put in front of the board that was actually adopted was a 2.5-mile buffer zone. It was not based on all of these scenarios. It was based mostly on the risk management plan that we had looked at. This initiation of this report in 2020 was not based on TriCal. TriCal didn't ask us to do it. The board didn't ask us to essentially go out and audit, as Dr. Sahu said earlier, audit TriCal. It was based on the fact that an application was submitted to the county by a developer for the Floriani Ranch, and which is adjacent to TriCal. That application was submitted, and normally when you get an application submitted, you require a traffic report, a hazards report, a flood report, are there any fault zones that are running through the property? What are all the issues? So this came up as one of the issues, and because there was a specific general plan policy about this particular site, which is the HS 6.9 policy, the county decided that they wanted to have a study. So the county hired us. We're working for you. We're trying to give you an independent understanding and try to educate the public about what the hazard is at this location. TriCal is a responsible business in this community. They are operating responsibly. They are doing whatever they can to mitigate hazards. They have a use permit that was issued in 1977-78. That use permit has no limits on it in terms of time frame. It has no limits on it in terms of the fumigants that they can use. So again, we didn't start off with, let's go out and try to audit TriCal. We were asked to do this because of the Strata Verde project and to assess this. The one other point that has come up, and county council can help with this, is the idea that that application went from an application for a development to an initiative. Once it goes to an initiative, there's no CEQA requirement. So now you don't have a California Environmental Quality Act assessment on an initiative. So things like this hazards can come up in an elections report, but it doesn't necessarily get flushed out to the depth it probably needs to get flushed out. And that's why I think this report was commissioned by the county, and they asked us to put it together to try to flush out what is the real, true impact. What you do with that impact is really you as a decision maker's decision. We're just providing the information.
Yeah. Well, so you mentioned HS 6.9. Can you clarify in that what you mean by that?
HS 6.9 is a general plan policy in the 2035 general plan. It requires that we look at any sensitive land uses that are placed within the vicinity of any kind of a plant that is handling fumigants, chemicals, et cetera. And it was specifically written for this location because of the risk management plan that we had in 2008.
Yeah, so now that makes sense. I mean, so what I'm hearing is in HS 6.9, it references the hazard of TriCal. Nonetheless, in that, if it was within the context of that sentiment, then I could totally see where you're coming from. But it specifically outlines Strata Verde. So my point is whether you like it or not, TriCal has fumigants that are hazardous, that need to be mitigated or at least considered and addressed, and that's the reason why the buffer zone exists.
Well,
to a certain extent, I feel like the report is actually really more damning to TriCal itself, because by default, it's basically, the way that I read it, especially with the one single car situation, I mean, at what point is not this whole community at risk because of TriCal?
That's correct. I mean, I think it's just information that the county and the public and the board need to have. But again, we didn't set out to audit TriCal or to assess TriCal. We set out on this purpose because there was a project proposed adjacent to TriCal, which was supposed to congregate people in whatever land use you're talking about, whether it's a testing facility or whether it's a data center or whatever it might be. It was to congregate people. And so a little bit more of the history, and I don't want to confuse the supervisors, but when that policy was adopted in 2015, and we put in a buffer zone of 2.5 miles without the basis of all of these model runs, based on the RMP, there was a lawsuit filed. And that lawsuit got settled, and the settlement in it was to take out the 2.5 and to analyze the situation on a case-by-case basis. So why are we putting in a 2.5 mile buffer when we don't know what the situation's gonna be? So when and if somebody proposes a development that's adjacent to Tri-Cal or near Tri-Cal, we should do a hazards assessment at that point. So you can see the logic of why all of a sudden the county and the planning department are going, well, we've got a policy that says we need to do it on a case-by-case basis. We had a lawsuit that pointed out that it needed to be done on a case-by-case basis. They took out the 2.5 mile buffer and said, do a study. So the board ordered a study. It makes perfect logical sense. What the answer to that study is based on, as Dr. Sahu said, a series of 15 scenarios that they ran, and they could have run 115 scenarios or 1,015 scenarios.
Yeah. And I appreciate that. I mean, I just think in general, reading this report, nothing should be within 3.5 miles of Tri-Cal.
Well, I mean, that's one way to look at it. It's, you have existing uses and you have proposed new uses. This is the issue about a distinction between, should you as a matter of policy, just because things are not great, we see that in traffic analysis. Sometimes there's a level F, we put more traffic to make it worse. Same thing. You have to deal with them on a forward-looking basis and a backward-looking basis. The forward-looking basis is when you're in a hole, don't dig, right? Then the backward-looking basis is how do I still get out of the hole? And so, yes, there are both questions here, but at the very least, because it was driven by a proposal, by an application for a certain land use there, the report is telling you what it is. And then if it snags, if I can call that word, other things, then as a matter of policy, those are, I think, fair questions.
Things that we have to, well, I mean, in my estimation, because I don't have the luxury of just considering single projects, I have to consider the protection of my community, my constituency. So when I see something like this, all I see is risk to anybody, not just to Tri-Cal, I mean, not just to Strata Verde, but to anybody within San Benito County, unless there's elements of it that could have been addressed, like risk mitigation. You know, it's hazard report, but to a certain extent, for me, I want solutions. I know that I want to know,
Pete?
is there a better way of doing business to protect our community?
Can I jump in one second?
Sure.
I just want to make sure that we're clear on one thing, and I'm not sure if you're the correct agency that can answer this, and if not, I think our CAO can. This will go to the voters, and if the voters were successful, they still have to go through an environmental impact report. And this environmental impact report would allow these things to come out, looking at mitigating factors and looking at things of that nature. Am I correct on that? Or does the election automatically leapfrog an EIR report? That's what I need to know.
That's a complex question, and one for a land use lawyer, which I happen to be. So a land use initiative or any other initiative is not subject to CEQA. So the voters can approve the general plan amendments and zoning ordinance amendments and specific plan that are included in the Strata Verde initiative prior to any EIR being conducted. There is, but there are discretionary decisions that will be necessary to be taken by the county, including subdivision of the parcels, because the existing parcels are not in a configuration that are appropriate for the kind of development that they're contemplating. So they are going to have to apply to the county for a subdivision map, a tentative map, and final map, and that discretionary decision will be subject to CEQA. Now, and we're working on
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but when you
Yeah.
speak of CEQA, you know, there's
The
people-
California Environmental
Exactly,
Quality
but that
Act.
includes the environmental impact report, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I just
That's
want-
the essence of CEQA.
We're
is-
talking to a lot of
So-
laymen.
So I'll just say it, I'll make it simple, yes.
Thank
To
you.
answer your question.
I'm
is
sorry,
yes.
I know you have the knowledge up there as an attorney, and I just want to make sure we all understand it.
But so what the interplay is, that there are two different levels of review. Another, aside from going through the CEQA analysis of environmental impacts, the project has to be consistent with the general plan. And the general plan includes policy HS 6.9. So in order for a decision to be made about whether or not this project, even as proposed through the initiative, is consistent with the general plan, that's a separate question. And this analysis was intended to be done for the project when it was going through the conventional process, through public hearings before the Planning Commission, and ultimately for a decision by, by this board. And so you would make findings about consistency with the general plan, and in doing that, you would have to consider, is this consistent with policy HS 6.9, which calls for doing a case-by-case study to establish what an appropriate buffer is between the proposed development and bulk chemical handling facility, i.e. TriCal. So that would be part of the analysis in the normal case. So what we have here, we initiated that study when it was contemplated to go through the normal process. We have the report now. It's as much to inform the voters as it is this board.
Well, on that note, thank you, Joel. I mean, it's, for me, I think that's why we need risk mitigation. We need a whole more in-depth conversation. And I appreciate the expertise of the doctor. I think it's very well thought out, and he explains it really well. Nonetheless, I feel like the report itself has holes as it doesn't address risk mitigation.
If I may interject here, because of the importance of the project and the importance of the risks involved, the county is also engaged a consulting firm that's well recognized in working in this field. One of the top fields of top experts in this field, to conduct a peer review and be available to answer questions and engage in a dialogue if necessary to resolve some of these issues. And that consulting firm is ABSG Group, and there's a representative, Greg Knight, who I'd like to introduce, who's been paying attention to this presentation, and they will be conducting their review and presenting their findings to the board at some future time.
Well, and on that note, Joel, I mean, that's the reason why I was mentioning what I mentioned is we need to do a whole lot more. And the report, to me, in essence, it's like collateral damage prevention. What happens in a major catastrophe, we'll do the best to respond, and there's the response by default raises questions, right? So it's how prepared are we, God forbid, for something like this to happen. So on mine, all I just keep thinking is we need to have something better than just collateral damage prevention. I don't want to know that we could have done something and we didn't, and that doesn't make sense to me.
Supervisor, if I can address two questions. First of all, we welcome peer review. I think it's a good idea. Other people can look at it, suggest what they see. But on your issue, this was a scope issue. It was not in the scope of this to look at mitigations and look at things. It was to look at the facility as it is, not the facility as to how it might be, okay? And so that is useful analysis. It was just not within the scope. So I wouldn't treat that and maybe as a deficiency of the report, because it was not meant to address, find out what it is and then talk about how you can reduce this or that. That's a separate analysis.
Well, and completely understand and respect and don't disagree at all with what you mentioned, Doctor. All I'm saying is it's within our purview to consider risk mitigation. That by default means I need to question whether we did a good enough job or pressed enough for our RMA director to actually ask the right questions in planning that report so that this gets addressed, which it didn't.
Peter.
Supervisor.
Peter, let me bring this back. We've been discussing this item close to over 2.5 hours. I know we still have members of the public that wish to speak, and we're going to allow them. I know we have lunch right around the corner. Ray or Joe, can we move this discussion to another meeting without compromising any timing? Because this is not the end. I honestly believe this is not the end.
Well, if I can respond to that, for one thing, the consequences of any decision the board might make about establishing a buffer as a result of the recommendations of this report or any peer review, there are affected parties. Tri-Cal is one. Floriani Ranch and the potential developers are another. So all of those, and there may be public interest groups out there who are concerned about this kind of issue that would weigh in. So this is not an endpoint here. And there are findings of compatibility that are in the initiative between the Tri-Cal and the plan that for Strata Verde. Strata Verde essentially has only test tracks within 1 mile radius of, and whether that was based on any kind of hazard analysis or not, we're not aware of that information, so that may factor into it. So we have, yes, we can continue this matter for future
We're going to have to.
consideration.
And we're going to we need to invite other skate holders here. It's very important. It seems like Anthony has a lot of good questions, and so does Peter, but I know we have a lot of members from the public that want to ask him questions, and I've gotten some emails, and some of the constituency is kind of lost. And if they're lost, I'm willing to bet that one of us 4 supervisors might be lost at this time right now. So I'm going to allow Supervisor Anthony a couple minutes, and then I'm going to go to public comments, and then once we're done with public comments, we're going to go to lunch.
No, well,
Go ahead,
hold on, Jaime. We can't just keep kicking this can down the road. This is important. The voters need to make a decision based upon this. And so basically you're saying, okay, we were going to talk about this report today. We were going to try to figure out what the report is. And now you're saying, well, this is already August. Now we're going to go another couple weeks. We need to really talk about this. We can't just keep on saying, well, let's do it another week, and then let's wait 2 weeks later.
According to the agenda, it specifically says receive information on the report of outside consequences analysis, hazard buzzer report for Tri-Cal. Facility prepare EMC report, and Dr. Ron Shahu received comments from ABSG. And it doesn't say give direction. All it says at the end of it says, in conducting a peer review.
We're not giving any. We're asking questions, and then you're just saying, well, no, there's no more questions. That's all we're doing.
No, I'm sorry. I apologize. What I'm saying is that we can skip everything after today's lunch and go back to this, if that's what the board.
Okay,
wishes.
perfect. I'm there.
Okay. All right, then Ray, move everything to the next meeting. Everything.
The board, I can't do that. The board's going to have to make that decision. But why don't we discuss that after lunch? That would be my recommendation.
If it's okay, I just want to make one final comment, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to be really clear that my ask is that we have a thorough conversation about this and that it addresses risk mitigation. And I want to make sure that going forward, it's something that's this important that we never get to a place where that doesn't get addressed on the front end. And I mean, I sense, and I've been frustrated, that we've kicked the can down the road already with this report because we only got a final. And that's something that means we have a strong conversation with our RMA director to make sure that we address this going forward and that it doesn't drag this long. Thank you,
Mr. Chairman, can I address that?
Yeah, special meeting. That's no problem.
Yeah, Supervisor Hernandez is absolutely right. We were trying to get our RMA director to do this report early last year, not this year, early last year, and it's been drugged down, a delay, not doing it, and we finally get this thing done. But EMC, this is another really bad report from them. They screwed up the general plan as far as I'm concerned, as far as creating this area was a community study area. At the time, I was opposed to it, and not so much because I'm concerned about Tri-Cal. It's just I didn't want to see residential housing out there, and so it almost came to happen. But here we have a real good project, and even now, EMC did not take into account what's being proposed. And then there's backtracking and saying that, well, we can't do we didn't do the buffer for the community study area, taking into science with Tri-Cal, and we're doing the same thing again. If we would do any more work with EMC, I'm voting no 100%, because they screwed this thing up here too.
Thank you, Supervisor Patel. If it's okay with the board, we're going to go to public hearing, and then once we're done with public hearing, we'll go to lunch, and then we'll continue the afternoon session of this item number 18, and then we'll continue to have more discussion.
So to be clear,
Any objection?
Mr. Chair, we're still going to go through the agenda, right? The whole thing, because I think the public is going to
Yeah.
want to make sure. Yeah.
We're going to still go through the agenda. We're just, repeat that again, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, so we're clear. Repeat that again, Mr. Chair, so we're clear.
I'm sorry, say it again?
Can you please repeat yourself?
Yes, we're going to go to public comment right now in reference to number 18 only. And once we're done listening to the public, we will take a 1 hour lunch, and then we'll come back after whatever the hour difference is, and we will continue the afternoon 18. And then we'll go into discussion among the board and staff, and then allow the public more time to speak in the afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Got it?
Yes, we got it. So we'll go ahead and open it for public comment.
All right, who's our first speaker?
I'll write it down for you if you someone go state your name.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Jackie Morris Lopez, District 2 constituent, San Juan Bautista resident. And I've been listening to the discussion back and forth amongst the Board of Supervisors here and Dr. Sahu, and I'm sorry, sir, I didn't get your name, Michael Groves. And it's very clear to me that there's some muddying of the report by the Board of Supervisors here. Primarily my supervisor in District 2, Mr. Patello. I'm quite ashamed as how it appeared to me that you're trying to poke holes, and at some point between you and Supervisor Hernandez actually punch holes in Dr. Sahu's report. His job was to present the science and the facts, which I feel that he did as a community member and a person and believer in science. I practice medicine. Listen to the science, listen to the facts. He's not here to politicize this project, Strata Verde. We're here today because of Strata Verde. That is the intent of why this report was done based on your 2015 general plan. I grew up in this area. My husband's family lived on that farm next to Tri-Cal back in the 60s, and trying to single them out that they're going to cause a catastrophic disaster to the entire county and city of Hollister and San Juan is ludicrous. I think what you're trying to do is take the focus off of your decision to rightfully look at Strata Verde. For me as a public member, Tri-Cal has been an operation of being safe, but times have changed. You're asking for development in an area that's not zoned for that development. What you're asking the public to buy into is to rezone the land use. This is why you have an attorney for land use talking to that, speaking to that. And once again, as a public member, this project was hyped up as a autonomous auto research park. But then I get the paperwork on this report, and it speaks to a mixed-use development proposing more than 6.4 million square feet of commercial space, comprised of an automotive research and testing facility, a 20-acre town center, retail shops, office space, hotels, a museum, other uses that are designed to draw a significant, pay attention to that, significant number of people to the area, including 5,500 employees. The proposed project would be developed on a 27,777 acre site on the county's northwestern boundary, southwest of the Pajaro River, on southwest of Highway 25, Union Pacific, and also don't forget 101 on my side of the county near San Juan and Aromas. This does not sound to me like an auto track research park. Listen to science, listen to fact. Thank you, Dr. Sahu.
Next speaker, clerk.
Asante, if you could please state your name.
My name's Asante. I'm a college student and I'm focused on getting an education so I can have a better future. I have been reading about the Strata Verde and it's hard for me to believe that anyone would seriously consider proposing a huge development right next to an extraordinarily dangerous chemical plant. I've traveled on Highway 25 many times and I've seen many instances where large semi-trucks traveling too fast have created near-miss accidents. We're all very lucky that some truck or car hasn't crashed into the chemical plant already. The report makes clear that an accident would create massive carnage to any kind of development, much less to schools, churches, and daycare centers that would be allowed under this reckless developer's proposal. This is crazy. Would any of you send your children to a school located next to an extremely dangerous chemical plant? No. And for what? This developer is telling us that he's going to bring some autonomous vehicle testing or a research facility to the country. What a joke. This developer builds houses, has no experience whatsoever in the car industry, much less with autonomous vehicles. I read the articles talking about all the jobs that this developer is going to bring to the country. Let me tell you, I'm a college student and no one thinks more about their careers than people in my age group. This rich developer is touting how he is going to bring a bunch of high-paying jobs and Silicon Valley type jobs to the country. Another joke. Under this proposal, 85% of the jobs apparently would be at large box distribution and fulfillment centers. Do any of you know anyone that works at a distribution center? Those jobs are horrible. Back-breaking work for $15 an hour. No thanks. Young people in this country deserve far better. How anyone could fall for this snake oil is beyond me. Country residents expect leadership from you and fully expect that you will tell the developer that our country will not be fooled by empty promises that will only line the pockets of the developer and provide no benefits to residents. Please say no to this scam. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Ramon, if you could please state your name.
Ramon Mentor, a resident of Santa Cruz County. Thank you, board members and staff. I do spend a lot of time in the county and really do appreciate what the county has provided for myself, my friends, and people who live there. So I also want to thank Botello and Supervisor Hernandez for your really good questions. I think that really brought out a lot of good aspects of the report. So I said, simply put, whether it's Strata Verde or any other proposed development, I say please oppose any development that places daycare centers or businesses or medical centers, parks in proximity of the Tri-Cal pesticide plant. It's just too dangerous. The area zone is ag, as the previous person said, and it should remain zoned as ag. The existing buffer zone situation exists in law to protect the public. Too many times we've been told that there's nothing to worry about. Yes, the operation of Tri-Cal plant, it has been responsible for sure. Yet, can you promise that there won't be a release or fire or spill at Tri-Cal, as well as you can predict which way the wind will blow or the next Loma Prieta? The answer is no. The first job of every elected official is to protect the public. All I'm asking here is for you to all do your job. Please take the hazardous buffer report for Tri-Cal seriously. Keep any and all development away from Tri-Cal. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Paul, if you could please state your name.
Hello, good afternoon now. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to comment on this item. My name is Paul Nida, and I've worked for Tri-Cal, a family-owned company, for 32 years. My current role is president. Tri-Cal has operated its facility in San Benito County for more than 40 years without incident. We provide valuable agricultural services to growers on the Central Coast. We employ over 275 people with an unprecedented 97+% retention rate. We pride ourselves on our safety record and positive standing in the community. The recently released report titled Off-Site Consequences Analysis and Hazard Buffer Report for Tri-Cal is not an accurate portrayal of our business or our operations. The report contains many comments, examples, and a modeling methodology that are not applicable to our operations. Our property is and always has been safe, secure, and beneficial to the community. That will continue. We consider ourselves to be good neighbors, and we will continue to be so. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Natasha, if you could please state your name. Natasha, if you could please unmute yourself.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, wait a minute. I have to unmute my microphone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me? Oh, okay. Then I'll start. My name is Natasha. I'm a resident of the county. This has to do with the Tri-Cal Corporation. Yes, it has been here 40 years. This is a billionaire industry that is privately owned and very secretive. 90% of methyl bromide used in the world is manufactured at Tri-Cal and its associate places. The methyl bromide was banned by the United Nations in many countries a few years ago, but the Tri-Cal lobbyists, of which there are many and well paid, inundated the UN and the U.S. Congress and got the total ban on methyl bromide mitigated to a partial ban. Methyl bromide is one of the greatest polluters of the air and destroyers of the ozone layer, which contributes to increasing cancer. Our own Board of Supervisors, contractors, who provided reports for several years to the Board of Supervisors on environmental recommendations, recommends a 3-mile buffer zone. Why are the supervisors arguing with their own environmental contractor that they have used many times over the last few years? Where are the monitoring reports on the groundwater pollution, land and air pollution at Tri-Cal? These reports should be turned into the state and the county on a regular basis. What revenues do we receive yearly by Tri-Cal, since it's been located here since 1978? Now, if we have an incident, which the environmental report says is definitely a possibility, who is going to respond to this? How many people are going to be affected? And when methyl bromide is banned universally, which will come, hopefully, hopefully sooner than later, who is going to clean up this toxic site? Or will it be sitting there for the next 100 years, as many toxic sites have been? I want to say that the farm workers are the most affected by methyl bromide poisoning, and there are many reports of farm workers in the strawberry field being affected. I will end with an incident that happened not too long ago. It was in the news. There was a U.S. family vacationing in the Caribbean, and they rented. I'm through now, right?
Yes, madam. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Have a nice day. Next speaker.
Maria, if you could please state your name.
Hi, thanks for the time. Thank you, supervisors, and thank you, especially Jaime de la Cruz, for bringing this up to air. I agree with a lot of the speakers who've already spoken in regards to releasing. I'd like you to do the conscious thing and release this report to the public. It's imperative you do so, because in releasing this, you will give them awareness as to the 1972 Water Act. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. The 1972 Water Act. Okay. And for a lot of these scientists, especially this one doctor who said that the toxic level is completely safety, that is untrue. In 1987, as precedent, Natural Resources Defense Council Incorporated, which is the Environmental Protection Agency, the court circuit judge cited that there is no scientific knowledge that does not permit finding that there is a completely safe level of human exposure to carcinogenic agents, which is what many of TriCal's chemicals are. And although they've been in business, they've gotten away with a lot of safety precautions. And the gentlewoman is correct to say that they have many lobbyists. I'm sure they do. But regulating toxic emissions under the Clean Water Act is imperative. I can go on, and I can quote precedent, and I can quote many case laws. I'm not an attorney, but I'm getting there. But nevertheless, I urge you to release this report so that your constituents can make a group effort on whether or not Strata Verde should come forward. Because Strata Verde, under their production, they will also produce vinyl chloride, and that is also regulated. It's a gaseous synthetic chemical, and it's used in manufacturers of plastics, and it is a strong carcinogenic. So you need to establish these EPA regulations as well, and do a little research so that you know for yourselves and you're aware of all the precautions that I'm giving you right now as a constituent. I am just reading case law. So take a look and start Googling. You can find these cases out there. And we'll help you make a more strenuous choices for your constituents. I urge you to release the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
David, if you could please state your name.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is David Vedana, and I'm a professor at Monterey Peninsula College. I teach Chicano studies, political science, ethnic studies, African American studies, history. I'm also a lecturer at California State University in Monterey. And one of the subjects that I cover in all my lectures is environmental racism. And let me give you a short definition. Environmental racism refers to the institutional rules, regulations, policies, or government and or corporate decisions that deliberately target certain communities for locally undesired land use and lax enforcement of zoning and environmental laws, resulting in communities being disproportionately exposed to toxic and hazardous waste based on race. Environmental racism is caused by several factors, including intentional neglect, the alleged need to for a receptacle for pollutants in urban areas, and a lack of institutional power and low land values of people of color. this well-documented fact that communities of color and low-income communities are disproportionately impacted by polluting industries and various specifically hazardous waste facilities that lack regulations of these industries. I think that the fact that the county is 70% Latino, this definition fits right into it. And I want to follow with that the Tri-Cal report is dated July 9, 2020, but it took many weeks for the county to release it in response to a public records request. Some Benito County council declined to release the entire report and offered this reason, and I quote, "The public interest is that information remaining confidential outweighs the public interest in disclosure in that general public dissemination of that information may increase security risks for the facility from threats of vandalism or terrorism, posing a severe risk to the general public health and safety." Those are the words from the general, from the county council himself. Terrorism and vandalism, a severe risk to the public. Tri-Cal is out on Highway 21 by itself and in the middle of nowhere for a reason. No one should be in favor of developing in this area. And I just wanted to comment that also the initiative, even though they promised 18,000 jobs, there's no language in the initiative that guarantees any people being hired from San Benito County. There's no labor management agreement. There's no kind of guarantee for people to be hired from this area. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Next speaker.
Mia, if you could please state your name.
Hi, this is Mia Casey. I live in Hollister. I wanted to thank you all for taking the time to present this report. You know, despite all the conspiracy theories circling that the county's trying to hide it, I do appreciate the efforts made to share this properly with the public. I would like to see more information around this idea of the buffer zone being needed and that there can be nothing built. It makes me curious when I see neighborhoods and businesses located next to huge oil refineries, even campgrounds built in the shadow of a nuclear power plant. They don't seem to have a huge buffer zone. So I'd just like to know more about how the buffer zone was arrived at and if there's something else that needs to be looked into here. Also, it concerns me that there's a likely risk that, say, a car could lose control and slam into one of those tanks and cause an explosion. Should Tri-Cal even be located there right next to Highway 25, given that risk? I was really distressed to see a candidate for public office get a hold of this report that was not ready for release and use it to grandstand for political benefit. I'm wondering or hoping that an investigation has been launched to determine whether someone at EMC or the county leaked that report. Lastly, the doctor talked about giving a roadmap, to terrorists. And I am really, really concerned that Colin Kosmicki placed this report on the World Wide Web, a report that gives specific information on the location, types of chemicals, and more. If there are any terrorists out the west searching for information and looking for a target close to the Bay Area, then Colin, the county, and that very secretive StrataVerdeHazard.com site have all given them that roadmap with copies of the report floating around for anyone to download. This is really dangerous and a huge security risk. I hope that you will all take steps to get the copies that are online taken off immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mary, if you could please state your name.
Yes, this is Mary Shaw-Coran. I live in Aroma, San Benito County, and I wanted to actually thank Colin Kosmicki for releasing it. I wasn't aware of this situation or hadn't seen, the report executive summary, and I think it was a service to our community because we wouldn't have known about the risk. After I saw that, I actually read some old articles in Benito Link from 2018, I believe, when this company, Newport Pacific Land Company, actually came to the supervisors. I know some of you were not there, but some of you were, and proposed, I think, a 10,000 home residential development. I know the supervisor wasn't very thrilled, but I remember reading in the article, there was a discussion about TriCal and some concerns. So I think there's been some awareness, as someone earlier pointed, I think from the county planning department, that there is a reason for the zoning, putting them out in the middle of nowhere because of the hazardous chemicals they produce. And I wanted to say that I think the report from EMC Consulting sounds very well researched, and I'm concerned that the supervisors might contemplate sort of watering down or whitewashing the report. I think it's a report that you yourselves have commissioned, and you've employed EMC Consulting for many projects in the past. And I think that you should take this seriously. I think it would actually create a liability for the supervisors to allow or to actually not speak out against. I think as you can actually say this, I know it's going to be up to the voters in November, but you can say this could be a risk, instead of trying to water down this report, which I think could put the supervisors at risk. So I urge you to protect public health by actually speaking out about these risks that have been discussed instead of trying to whitewash the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mercedes, if you could please state your name. Mercedes, if you could please unmute yourself.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Mercedes Curiel.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm live in San Benito County for many years, like 20 years. I'm a construction worker, and I see a lot of problems when I drive back to my house, a lot of traffic. So I oppose for many reasons. Let me comment something. A lot of you may have seen the movie Field of Dreams. King Costner started in the movie and say, if they build a ballpark, Major League players will come. Nothing else promised here. But developers are saying, trust me, the jobs will come. We know better. This is my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Next speaker.
Jose, if you could please state your name.
Hello, my name is Jose Barajas, and as a young adult, I'm looking at the future. I want to live in a community where we can have a healthy and prosperous life and a strong economy in a safe environment. That is why I'm so concerned about the Strata Verde project, especially after the release of the House report. It's very scary stuff, and the authors of the report are very qualified. This makes no sense why we would build Strata Verde when we know for certain its location is at risk of fallout from a toxic chemical accident right next door. One accident, a leak, fire, or explosion could kill dozens or hundreds or thousands of people working or visiting the offices, churches, or whatever is built there. And God help us if there were a terrorist attack. Why would any responsible community possibly allow that? This is reckless when we know that could happen. I've heard people say that the chances of an accident are very low. Famous last words. There are thousands of catastrophes around the world where people plan poorly. Gambling with the lives of our neighbors and the health community is unacceptable. And as a young person living here, I certainly wouldn't if I were you. The hazard report mentions a toxic gas leak in Bhopal, India, which happened long before I was born. Did the developer of that toxic plant tell people in India not to worry before that accident? Probably, but that disaster did happen, and a toxic release from just one tank of chemicals could create our very own horrific Bhopal disaster in our county. Thousands of friends, family, neighbors died, and many had serious health conditions for the rest of their lives. Accidents or unexpected events do happen, fires, explosions, and more. COVID-19 reminds you of that truth every day. Such events cannot be prevented, but we can be smart by not putting our community members directly in harm's way. The answer is obvious. The Board of Supervisors tells its developer that the county has no interest in the project. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Colin, if you could please state your name.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, this is Colin Kosmicki, a county resident. First off, thank you to the county officials for commissioning this report and holding this open discussion. So I was the first person to release this document to the wider public when I received a copy that already had been circulating 2 weeks ago, including a review by the supervisors, because transparency is absolutely essential to ensure voters are fully informed on a proposal of this immense magnitude. Frankly, and especially telling by Supervisor Patello's comments today, I'm convinced we would not be having this conversation right now had not done so. And I'm appalled that Supervisor Patello would imply this study shouldn't have been conducted or released until after the election. His relentless bias for developers is a disservice to the people he is supposed to serve. Meanwhile, Supervisor Patello and Hernandez have accused the study's authors of bias in some way. But bias originates from motive. And what identifiable motive do EMC Group and Dr. Sahu have regarding Strata Verde? Without such a motive, which doesn't appear to exist, implying they have bias merely acknowledges the supervisor's own blatant prejudice. Proponents of this unfettered mega development, who will seemingly support Strata Verde at all costs, have since claimed that expressing concern about the county's Tri-Cal board is some sort of scare tactic or fear mongering. As a reminder to project supporters and county officials, this is a county commission report. The county itself hired a reliable, often used consultant in EMC Group, which partnered with a credible scientific expert to conduct a wholly objective report with wholly objective conclusions. This isn't something that came from a special interest. This report didn't come from a lobbyist pushing an agenda. It didn't come from an alarmist layperson sitting on a couch in his or her living room. This is the county's own report. It's a professional county report necessitated by the county's own set standards. In other words, it carries real scientific and academic credibility and should be viewed as such by everyone, no matter what the upcoming peer review concludes. With regard to the peer review, and knowing the majority of the board has expressed adamant support for Strata Verde, I have to wonder to what end the county will go to find the conclusion that this project supporters' preferred narrative is the potential expense of public safety. And I can only wonder this. Would the county have conducted a peer review if EMC Group's original study came back with a conclusion that was more favorable for Strata Verde developers? In conclusion, considering the credibility of this report and its contents, I strongly recommend the county officially oppose the Strata Verde proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Courtney, if you could please state your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Courtney Evans. I would first like to thank the questions that the board poses in regards to this report. I also would like to request that the investigation go farther and we look at the other companies around California that do the same kind of work as Tri-Cal, where they're located, and how densely populated the areas are around these businesses like Tri-Cal. I also would like to request that if we're going to go so far as to look at the worst case scenarios, I would like time to be put towards what this is going to do for our community on a positive side, and the jobs, the sales tax, and all of that information be given to the public as well. I would also like to point out that out of the entire stretch of 101 in the state of California, San Benito County is the only county that doesn't have something to provide sales tax to our county. I hope that the board continues their questions and that this project is very important, that we look at both sides and not just the extravagant worst case scenarios that have very, very low probability. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Alma, if you could please state your name.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Alma Phillips, and I, after hearing all this information, I have more questions than ever. And for what have I heard so far, being a person that have worked in the agriculture industry for so many years, I have a lot of concerns that even the possibility of having an accident of a leak, the impact, the environmental impact that will cause for the fields and even the groundwater is really scary for me. So I think for now we should just get more information, more the consequences that this can do for the and the agriculture, because we have to remember that we don't only feed ourselves from these fields, but also we provide a lot of food for the rest of the country. So as of this, with the information that you guys present so far, I really have serious concerns, and I will oppose if I was you. Thank you.
Next speaker card.
Vedana, if you could please state your name.
Hi, this is Vedana, resident in San Benito County.
Yes, ma'am.
Courtney, that was a good point to see what other locations are doing that similar to this, so that we're not looking at this thing in such a narrow filter that we're not able to assess the bigger picture, and that could provide either more damaging information or more support. So I think that's really a good idea. Also, I'd like to propose to the supervisors, let you be aware that there's several of your constituents have been hanging on the phone on Zoom meetings with you all morning, specifically to speak on item number 19. They've put off their work and their appointments to the afternoon so that they could be here this morning. And I'd like to propose that you defer the rest of the agenda into the next meeting and let your constituents get back to work. They're already wondering if this item 19 was put after the Strata Verde subject for a reason. It's clear that Strata Verde needs a lot more time, and they would have preferred, for having such an emergency that we're considering mask ordinances, that seems like it should have come first, and gotten that through so that everybody could spend more time on Strata Verde. But we'd like to recommend that you defer that to the next meeting so that people can adequately plan for time off and whatever they need to do to be present and have their voice heard.
That concludes your 30 minutes.
I don't have a problem with that, honey.
Think about it. Any more cards? Okay, guys.
We have no more comments.
Mr. Chair, I don't know if you heard that. There's no more comments, Mr. Chair.
No more? Okay.
More comments. I do have one item I'd like to mention, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind. There was a comment with regards to the Tri-Cal report, or the actual, let me get my glasses on, the actual OCA report. We do have the OCA report in an executive summary, as well as the full report on our website. It's been posted. There was an individual that said that they haven't received it or it wasn't posted. So I want to make sure that the public as well as the board is aware that it has been posted. It's on the links, the quick link side on the right side of our website.
Okay. Okay. We will go to lunch now. And when we return back.
Can we just get through lunch if you guys don't mind? Or?
2 o'clock.
Well, honey, can we just work through lunch since we have some constituents that are online so we can go to number 19?
Or we can,
I don't have lunch.
or we can kick it to
I don't have
next
lunch.
week. I don't mind moving
Yeah,
it to
I don't
next
have-
week.
I don't have lunch at home. I gotta go out and eat.
Lucky for you.
Mr. Chair, so I think the question is on this side, I'm not sure if you heard this, is either if the board is okay with deferring it, this item, or the 2 board members here are willing to hear it right now if you want to keep it on.
Let's just hear it right now, Jaime. Be stand for the people.
Honestly, I prefer it go to next week. I think it's We have a lot more to cover.
Which item you talking about?
819 is next, Peter.
The COVID item, the COVID.
That's the next item.
Take a vote. Ask him.
Okay, let's do 19, and then we'll go to lunch after that. Okay.
I promise I won't say much.
It might not be a fun discussion, I'll tell you that.
I would suggest to the chair to have introduce 19 and then go right to public comment.
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Anthony?
I would encourage you to just staff introduce 19, the changes from the last meeting, and then right to public comment, and then we come back and make a decision.
I agree, Anthony. Peter, is that all right?
Okay, go ahead. Staff make
What makes it different than what we already have now?
changes, okay?
I assume
All right.
we're going to come back and talk
Tracy's
to you
on,
after.
huh? Is she on?
Let's go straight to public
Tracy?
comment, rather.
Tracy, are you on the phone?
All right, go ahead, staff, make the.
Yes, Tracy, can you go ahead and introduce this item, please? Tracy Belton?
Sure. Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. We will be brief, giving a brief COVID-19 update. Dr. D is also on the line, as well as public health staff. So we wanted to give a brief update before County Council discusses the face covering ordinance. That's not part of our presentation. So we can advance to the next page. So I just wanted to provide a brief update on our dashboard. We've been asked to update our dashboard with ICU beds in our local hospital. We added that tab to the tab on the right where it says hospitalized in county. So you'll see that there's a differentiation between hospitalized and hospitalized in county. There was also a request to add to that tab patients on ventilators. Unfortunately, we're not able to report that out. That's hospital data, and they don't report that out to us regularly, and so it would be unfair for us to report it out because we don't have daily accurate information on that. Several of the board members and some of the city elected officials also get a report from the hospital with the same information that we're reporting out here. So basically, we're just sharing information from the hospital. We don't track that as a public health department. So I just wanted to provide that update so people know to look here for the recent updates to those tabs. Next screen, please. Next screen, will say, please. Thank you. Just an update on our OptumServe data. As you can see, we continue to test on an average of about 100 people a day when we're open. Reminder that we're closed Friday, Saturday, open Sunday through Thursday. There's continue to be some bumps in the road with OptumServe, but we continue to work with them regularly to make things work smoother. We actually have a call with them tomorrow to discuss them, just to see how things are running. As you can see, most of our pending results have cleared, and so that's a good thing. We do have the most pending were from July 30th, and this was as of yesterday. So we are reporting out more positives out of that site. So just, this is also posted on our dashboard. So there's a regular data from OptumServe that we post on our website weekly. Screen. So Dr. G's on the call as well. He can talk a little bit more about this, but we just wanted to show people that continue to be on the monitoring list. Where our rates are 160 per 100,000, so we're still over the required level, as well as our testing positivity rate. Dr. G will talk on this a little bit more at the end of my presentation. I just wanted to provide this, and this is available on the governor's website at covid19.ca.gov. Updates daily. Next slide. We pushed out this full reopening plan on Friday. There was a letter from myself and Solomano County Superintendent of Schools as well as the reopening plan for the San Benito County TK-12 schools. It's on our website and has been put out on numerous different social media sites as well as websites. There is a waiver process in place. I think it was touched on at the last board meeting. CDPH has put out a waiver process. Some of our rural schools are in the process of filling out the waiver process. CDPH is recommending that the schools within the jurisdictions can't be over 200 cases per 100,000, so we're okay there. So the process is that they need to submit the waiver. Dr. Ghilarducci needs to review and approve, and it gets discussed with the state. And so I believe we've received one waiver, possibly more. I'm not absolutely sure on that number, but we are working with some of the rural schools to have some reopening in smaller settings. So if this is also available on our website if you wanted to take a look at it. Next page. The state also released an employer playbook for safe reopening of businesses in different industries. We receive a lot of calls on our public health referral line regarding when an individual tests positive in a work industry, what they do, and this is a very helpful playbook. It walks you through what to do as far as with your staffing, and so we're referring individuals to this playbook. It's on the governor's website, and it is very helpful, so I would encourage everybody to take a look at it. They can still call our office if they have questions. We try to walk people through it, but we'd ask that you please just look at the playbook first for your industry. Yesterday, the CDPH released guidance information. There was school guidance FAQs regarding the schools. Their reopening in-person learning elementary education waiver process, what we've talked about. There was a youth sports FAQ, which I would encourage anybody who is operating or wants to do some type of distancing drills for sports to really take a look at this FAQ. It answers a lot of questions. It talks about different cohorts and so on. So I would encourage everybody to look at this. We're going to push it out today as well, but I wanted to present here at the board meeting so everybody was aware. So there's 6 of them from today, and I'm hearing that Secretary Galley is doing a live press conference now regarding testing. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to listen to that as I've been on this board meeting, but we'll follow up with that as well. So I would encourage everybody to take a look at that as well. Next slide. So Dr. Ghilarducci is here. He was going to just provide a brief update. Dr. Bogie, I don't believe is on the call. He was going to try to jump on the call, but he's probably busy. He is working at Hazel Hawkins today. There were some questions that we received regarding some information from Hazel Hawkins, and Dr. Ghilarducci may be able to touch briefly on those as we had a brief conversation with Dr. Bogie yesterday. And then public health staff is also available if there's any questions. So Dr. Ghilarducci.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Tracy. Just briefly, as you know, there have been a significant kind of scale back on reopening in the statewide, and we're starting to see some positive effects of that. In fact, most counties in California, including San Benito County, are either at a reproductive number of 1 or less than 1, meaning that for every infected person, only one other infected person gets infected from that person. So, or in some cases, less than 1. So that means that the rate of growth should continue to start to drop. And so it also is a reaffirmation that the social distancing, the facial coverings, the closure of bars and other high-risk industries do make a difference. And so, I'm optimistic that will continue. San Benito County continues to show, I think, a reduced rate of spread than we had, say, 2-3 weeks ago. Some of the numbers that are coming in to CalReady, which is the state database that collects this data, is being delayed. There's some software issue at the state level, and I believe the news conference that Secretary Galley is conducting at this moment is addressing that issue, but they're working on that. So we may see some variation in some of the numbers locally based on this statewide problem. But overall, there's pretty good evidence that we're starting to get this back under control. And as far as testing, I wanted to address briefly, I don't think Dr. Boogie's on, but I'll just address briefly. There were some questions about whether there was a prioritization in the hospital when people come in, and not everybody that comes to the hospital apparently gets tested. Only those that have, risk factors or are showing signs of COVID. All admits into the hospital do get tested. Sometimes they'll be tested as a screening test, even though they're being hospitalized for another reason. And so I don't believe there's any, none of the tests that are conducted at the hospital are kind of pushed to the back of the line. All of them essentially get processed around the same time. But speaking of testing overall, there continue to be nationwide scarcity of testing reagents and testing supplies. It's a nationwide problem. And our commercial labs are reporting about a 5-day turnaround time. It's actually a slight improvement. We've been having turnaround times of over 14 days in the past. I can tell you that one of the Board of Supervisors in Santa Cruz County twice got tested at OptumServe, and twice the test was lost. So clearly it's not a seamless process. It's not as good as we would like it to be. It is what it is, and it's one of the few places, really the only place in San Benito County where people who are asymptomatic can get tested. So I think that'll conclude my report, Tracy, unless there's anything else you'd like me to cover.
I don't think so. If any of the board members have any questions for Dr. Dr. Ghilarducci, myself, our public health staff, we tried to update as much as we could based off some of the current requests.
Nope, we're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next one.
So we have a secondary part of this. I'm going to pass this to our county counsel's office, Joel, and he's going to go ahead and present a new an ordinance.
Yes, today this matter is on the agenda for the introduction and waiving first reading of a regular ordinance. And what that means is this is not an urgency ordinance. It requires 2 readings on 2 separate meetings. So this would be the first meeting. And then the matter after the introduction and waiving of, excuse me, of the first reading would be continued to the next board meeting for consideration for adoption. If it is adopted at the second board meeting, then it would not go into effect for 30 days thereafter. Again, this is a regular ordinance, and so that's the process for adoption. So to introduce it, I'll read the title. This would be a regular ordinance of the County of San Benito, State of California, providing that violations of local health officer orders, state public health officer orders, California Department of Public Health guidance, or executive orders of the governor of the state of California that require wearing of masks or facial coverings in the unincorporated area during the COVID-19 pandemic are violations of the county code and subject to the administrative citation process of San Benito County Code Chapter 1.04. That's the summary. As I understand it, there is some discussion of amendments that would be added to this that would follow on the introduction that have been proposed by Supervisors Medina and Hernandez.
Can for the record, can you define unincorporated San Benito County, as a lot of people had asked me questions about that?
The unincorporated area of San Benito County excludes the cities of San Juan Bautista and the city of Hollister.
Thank you.
And I actually got a question. Why can't we put city of Hollister and San Juan Bautista in this ordinance?
Well, that's within the discretion of the board. The direction that we had previously was that it would be prepared for the unincorporated county only. The cities are free to adopt their own ordinances for similar purpose.
I think if we may object, Mr. Chairman and Supervisor Hernandez, you could chime in on it too. We've discussed this a number of times at our Roadmap to Recovery meetings, and we feel that enforcement is an issue. We at the county have limited enforcement, but I think we'd be doing well to just take care of the unincorporated areas. We try not to interject into the two cities. I think they do have some level of access and their services, but for the most part, we kind of feel that their code enforcement and their law enforcement ought to take care of their own incorporated areas. I don't know, Peter, if you want to have anything.
Well, I mean, to be clear, I've mentioned before I don't support enforcement at all. That's where my vote's going to land. But nonetheless, I still want input, obviously, to make sure that there's a balanced interpretation of this. I mean, this is it's to me, it's about representation. If the city or the county assumes the city's jurisdiction, or even the both cities, it puts us in a tough position when it comes down to who's the one that did it, why did they do it, was it really a true violation, right? There's going to be all these questions. I've said it from the get-go. Enforcement and addressing issues when it comes to a virus, something that's invisible, is virtually impossible, and it creates so many layers of ambiguity, not just even for the response because of the enforcement element, but it's going to be ambiguous when it comes to interpretation by the public, by even those that are enforcing. I've received input from a business owner where someone came in from enforcement, told them, you're not following the rules. He said, okay, what am I not doing? And they said, well, I don't know, which is kind of crazy to me. How do you address enforcement of an issue when you don't even have an understanding of what the issue is? So nonetheless, it's representation. If the mayor decides that to push hard for enforcement, then he should be responding to those enforcement issues, not the county. That's his jurisdiction, not ours. That's his authority, not ours. So I just want to make it clear where the jurisdiction lies and where the issues lie, because we're humans, we're imperfect people. Mistakes are going to be made, and people are going to be punished because of those mistakes, and that should not happen. Which is why, on my end, the amendments, so this is assuming obviously that I'm not supporting it, but as far as to help the conversation, is the addressing some kind of a waiver to allow the public to basically to take away, to not weaponize the public in the situation that if you're doing what you can, you're respecting someone's right to wear a mask. If you're not wearing a mask out in the open and you're 6 foot away from them, then they should basically leave you alone. If they have an issue with you, then they need to maybe read the rules, because from the get-go, it's always been 6 foot distancing is the number one preventer, according to the interpretation of this virus, right? So if, to a certain extent, that's what the argument that I made. That's why I believe masks are an issue. That's why I believe masks, by default, create more problems than solutions, because you have less social distancing happening under the assumption that a mask is actually going to be better for you. So anyways, long and short, I feel like there needs to be a protection to the public that are trying to do right and honor the rules, that there's an anti-harassment element to this, so that way you're not attacking people. I really believe, which is what I've mentioned before, there needs to be a campaign basically involving the public health officer to educate the public, but nonetheless to calm the public down and not take it upon themselves to go after people when they don't like something. And I personally would like to get a report from the public health department on all of the claims. I'd like to understand a little bit what is the mechanism that they're using for interpretation and enforcement of those rules. So I want to know who's the one that's getting called out, if it's a business, and I'd like to weigh in on that, because maybe down the road it could be amended to even be better, right? We're not going to know until we have those metrics to understand what's happening and how it's actually being interpreted and then applied. So I'd like to be able to heavily scrutinize this interpretation or this enforcement process. But I would say those are the two main elements. Is Yeah, no harassment. And I know that Joel mentioned something about a civil element, basically referencing that the county does not endorse basically public policing of each other. You know, we're America. We're not a brown shirt community. We don't support people attacking people. We want to unify our community, not divide it. And I feel like this could definitely be a tool for division. Nonetheless, I respect the supervisor's opinion that they think this might help create homeostasis. I disagree. But I definitely I don't support this order. But those are my comments on how hopefully, if you guys do support it, that maybe it won't be as bad as I'm assuming.
And once again, Supervisor Hernandez, thank you for taking the time to talk about it. And you know, when we're looking at that stuff, it was really, you know, making sure that this ordinance also deals with people. It's not intended for people walking down the street alone or working out alone, running. It's more used to people that are in confined spaces, like we spoke of. That's why we're looking at, you can have a mask off when you're 6 foot distance from someone outside. So that, you clarified a lot of the things, but the biggest thing is the I'll call it anti-bullying. Or that's the problem that we have, is there's a lot of people out there that if you don't wear a mask, it's ridiculous. You know, the people that jumping on these people. We need to be as cool, calm, and collective as we can. And that was what Supervisor Hernandez and I spoke about. And that's what we want to see, that. We want to add those two amended into this ordinance, and I think legal counsel has that information.
As a separate note,
I just feel that in order for both the city and the county to work together, you got to make sure it's a partnership. Otherwise, you're going to be giving a lot of mixed signals, which we have done a great job for the last 3 or 4 months. We got to work together. We got to share the information together. We got to relay the information together. Because other than that, people interpret one thing the other way and interpret something else a different way. They all automatically start, you know, accusing everyone else of doing the wrong thing. And I feel, and I still feel, and I will vote for it, that a partnership between the city and the county is a lot better than doing it individuals, because we're a small county. We're a small county. I mean, shoot, the downtown over the weekend, there were so many people having dinner, and I don't recall anyone having a mask. I know, I get it. If you're at a dinner table, you're with family, you can take your mask off to eat. I get it. But I know a lot of these people, and they weren't having dinner, they were drinking beer. And they were not family members, they were friends. So I think the city needs to come on board too, and I think the city and the county should work together. My opinion.
Mr. Chair, I appreciate that sentiment. That was the initial sentiment of the Board of Supervisors from the get-go, which is why the county tried to take the initiative to ultimately have a full-time public information officer. That was the goal, was to have a common dialogue. That's the way we started. That didn't work out that way. It doesn't discourage individual elected officials to speak publicly. It's a good idea. Nonetheless, consistency. And that's the hard part, because when the county is trying to address things, and then the mayor, and I'll just be honest, he'll get out and start saying things that are inconsistent with the county, or to a certain extent not creating a consistent dialogue on the interpretation of these rules. You know, a perfect example is when he stood behind 1,000 people marching out there in the protest, which they have every right to, but the current rules did not allow for more than 100 people. Nonetheless, it created confusion to the public, because the rule said no more than 100 people, and he should know the rules, right? So that goes to show to a certain extent, unity would assume a whole lot of good things if we're actually talking, if we're actually engaging, and we're actually understanding where things are at. That hasn't happened. That's always been the intent. You know, and I don't want to speak for the supervisors, but I know that hearing their dialogue, that has been the intent of the board, and that hasn't been able to happen. So. Sure. So because of that, we can't just say, hey, let's unify, but then who leads, right, when every day there's a dialogue from the city that's different than the county, and that's confusing already.
You know, with all due respect, Supervisor, there's a little low shot on him, because
it's the truth.
This is, you know, the truth. How we can work together, how we can do things together. Look, guys, both the city and the county had done a terrible job. Come on, let's admit it. It was all politics at first. is who can get the information first, who can manipulate the information to our way first. And really, the mayor was at fault. Our entire board of supervisors was at fault.
Nope.
Even some of our staff members were at fault. But that needs to quit. We need to work together as a team because the numbers just keep going up and up and up every single day.
I disagree, Mr. Chair. Yeah, we've always tried to talk and make sure we're having a unified message, but that just hasn't happened. And from the get-go, I've even said, I don't care who leads the conversation. All I care about is my community's taken care of and protected. And that's why when we made the decision, we made it unanimously March 18th to support this, yes. the shelter in place. And so there was consistency with the support, there was consistency with the dialogue. I would like you to reference elements where we actually had a response that actually that represented the city's intent to make sure that that dialogue was consistent. It didn't happen. And I know that city staff wanted that. I know that other electeds wanted that, but it didn't happen. So nonetheless, it's falling apart to a certain extent. We just had to be clear on the county side. We have no control of the mayor. We don't want to. He can say whatever he wants, but on our end, we're going to do what we need to create that consistency because it doesn't seem that it's possible with the mayor.
Again, for political reasons, for not agreeing on issues, we're missing a golden opportunity. We do this to ourselves every time, and it needs to come to a stop. Otherwise, in San Benito County, it's so small that we feed off of each other, the good and the bad, and we need to stop doing what we're doing right now. I'm good. I'll open up to the public input. Do you have any speaker cards?
We have 2 in the chambers, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for your patience and my opportunity to speak to this ordinance or proposed ordinance. I wasn't going to speak to it, but I feel like I have to because Supervisor Hernandez, you are so animate about this ordinance, and I feel that you've conflated reactions of citizens attacking other people for not wearing a mask. I don't buy that for a minute. You yourself sat there on 3 occasions already during this meeting today, and just a few moments ago, you had your mask off. You are less than 6 feet away from the back of that young lady's head. You know that that's not appropriate social distancing. And when we come into this chambers, we are all required to wear a mask. Please follow the rules, follow the science, please. Don't make this political. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Yes.
All right, my name is Robert Gibson, and I would urge the board to vote no. I think this is the wrong way to get people to follow the direction of the health officials. I think you need to educate people rather than fine them, especially during economic times like we're in now. And the issue with the anonymous reporting will just create divisiveness. It's just a wrong way to go, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker card.
Patty, if you could please state your name.
Hi, my name is Patty Spears, and I'm a resident of San Benito County. I'd like to thank Supervisor Dela Cruz for agreeing that the governor needs to leave the business of running San Benito County to the people of San Benito County, whether it be assigning an interim District 4 supervisor without giving the residents of that district a choice, or forcing this board to obey his unreasonable orders in order to receive funds from the state, which is nothing less than extortion. I thank the board, as well as Supervisor Hernandez and Medina, for revising the ordinance before you. I would like to suggest that any citations be cited as infractions, not as misdemeanors, as misdemeanors can affect many aspects of a person's life, including appearing on a background check when applying for a job, which is something most of us need at one time or another, but especially now. With a misdemeanor, the maximum fine would be $250, not what is stating in the ordinance as up to $1,000 and or a year in county jail for not wearing a mask during a pandemic that has a survival rate of approximately 98%. I strongly request Section 2B be struck from the ordinance. Passing and enforcing this ordinance is, as it's currently written, will lead to more divisiveness within our small community, put those enforcement officers at risk of being assaulted, and therefore the involvement of local law enforcement when called to deal with those assaults, versus being available for pressing matters. We are living in a world of people being divided by many issues, the latest being either a masker or an anti-masker. We've seen reports of people being verbally and physically attacked over masks, shopkeepers being assaulted over trying to enforce the wearing of masks of customers in their business. Wearing a mask should be a choice, but if it needs to be a means to an end, then the ordinance should encourage participation, not be used as a way to punish the citizens of the community when we should be doing all we can to come together as the small town community that we all know and love. I encourage all citizens listening to me now to go to www.recallgavin2020.com, download the petition, complete it correctly, and mail it in. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Patty. Next question.
Matt, if you could please state your name.
Hi, I'm Matt Kirkland. I'm a resident of San Benito County. I live here in Hollister. I'd like to reference a study done by the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, the University of Cambridge, and the University College of London, along with other universities, that showed a significant impact on virus reduction when 80% of the population consistently wore a mask. I don't like the mask. I kind of hate them. I try to avoid being out in public because of it. But when I do go out in public, what I've noticed is last week before last, right when this announcement came out, I went to Lowe's, I went to Ace, I went to Target, I went to a grocery store, and I counted how many people that I saw that wore a mask in the store. I counted over 150 people that day, all of which 100% were wearing masks because that was the mandate, the guidelines was inside a store. What we're seeing, though, is that the demand that 100% people wear a mask is not actually what is even called for. We see that 3 reputable colleges are saying significant impacts can be had at 80%. I want to say to you, we have 80% plus in San Benito County. And so to make an ordinance that is divisive for our community is going to be counterproductive. Earlier, we talked about a bus full of kids. Supervisor Botello brought up. Do we outlaw buses because a few people are choosing not to wear a mask? No, we have enough people wearing a mask to make a difference because the end value that the doctor just brought up a little bit ago is 1 and less. With our current projections, we should be seeing lower and lower numbers, which we are. So, having said all that, I do not think it's wise to send to make this proposal, and I would encourage every supervisor to vote no. Just because the governor is telling us that we should is not a reason and not to a benefit of our community. The cost-benefit analysis shows that this is the wrong decision. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Matt. Next speaker.
Courtney, if you could please state your name.
My name is Courtney Evans. I'm owner of Kamal Yoga Studio here in town. I first would like to refer to the World Health Organization Constitution that states that health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not the merely absence of disease or infirmity. That the enjoyment of the highest attainable standards of health is one of the fundamental rights of every human being without discrimination. Enjoyment of this right is vital to all other aspects of a person's life and is crucial to the real meaning of our rights. Public health policies and programs created with the aim of bettering the health of the population, we have to take into consideration which health issues are receiving priority. As a country, we have a 0.04% of the death rates. These numbers are skewed, as the doctor, and we've heard clearly every single week that testing is of question. I would like to also questioned the verbiage of an emergency. If this is an emergency, why wasn't this the first item on the agenda? That's relating to health and human rights. We need to look at all aspects of health. I showed earlier in this call the 3 leading cause of preventable death in this country, but yet we're still selling cigarettes in this county. We're still selling alcohol. People are still suffering from obesity. And yet that's not a public concern. And businesses that improve the immune system, businesses that improve mental health, businesses that improve physical health are being targeted because of these ordinances. I would like to commend Mr. Dela Cruz earlier in saying that the governor should stay out of our county, and I completely agree. And that includes the extortion of saying, hey, if you put these mandates and these civil enforcements out, you get your money. I suggest that we as a community come together and run our county better without needing to rely on a dictatorship of our governor. And let's focus on the underlying conditions that create health and well-being. This reveals that these human conditions are human right of choice, to eat unhealthy if people choose, to smoke if they choose, to excessively drink if they choose, to not exercise if they choose. Please consider all aspects of human health, mentally, physical, and our social well-being. I disagree with this ordinance, and I ask you vote no.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Alma, if you could please state your name.
Hi, good afternoon again. My name is Alma Phillips, and I'm a resident of Hollister, California. I would like to start thanking Mr. Jaime de la Cruz for expressing that Gavin Newsom should not dictate what's going on here in Hollister, California. We elected you guys to be our voice. Having said that, you spent a good portion of this meeting discussing hypothetical scenarios of toxin measures and consequences on the previous agenda. I would like to discuss something that is actually happening right now, and it's called hypoxia. Hypoxia is caused by the inhaling of your own toxins. This compromises the immune system. There is no scientific proof that the masks work 100%. Even some boxes in the mask say that they don't work to prevent coronavirus. However, the danger of using masks is for longer periods of time is real for the lack of oxygen, especially those who are wearing the mask for longer periods of time. You talk about the farm workers' exposure of toxins. Let me tell you about farm workers because I used to work with them. The working day is of 10 hours, not counting overtime. Sometimes it could be up to 12 hours. Under this heat, they are not only fighting against heat exhaustion, they also fighting of a lack of oxygen, and that is a recipe for disaster. I have talked to farm workers, construction workers, and supermarket workers, and they are getting sick. They complain of headaches. They complain of like they feel like they're gonna faint. It's easy for Gavin Newsom to dictate the use of masks from his 8 acres estate villa in the comfort of his air conditioner, living in his air-conditioned living room, getting a paycheck from us. Some of these workers are undocumented, and you guys know that. They have no choice but work. They have no choice but work in order to bring food to the tables. Jaime de la Cruz, you say let the people of Hollister support Hollister. I applaud that, not Gavin Newsom. Please hear our voices. We can breathe. Our mayor was glad to support a weekend breathe protest, and he was even photographed without wearing a mask. Is he be glad to support his people's right to breathe freely? Can you gentlemen, please give us the right back to breathe freely and decide? We are people of conscience. We know how to take care of ourselves. We can decide. We are very conscious people, and especially here in Hollister, California, we took care for each other. This ordinance and this policing is not only killing local businesses, but it's actually killing us literally by lack of oxygen. So I please ask you to vote no and work together.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Next
Jessa, if you could please state your name.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's always confusing with the buttons. My name is Jessica Fraser. I live in Hollister. I am adamantly against this ordinance for 3 reasons. It removes due process of law, it is based on unproven science, and it lessens other already proven scientific measures. I read from the ordinance itself, page 2, as I printed it out, that instead of using police, they would be working in a more administrative manner rather than through traditional criminal proceedings. So someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but that looks like removing due process of law, where you do not have a chance to face your accuser and make your case in a court of law, so that you will be cited with a misdemeanor, which is a lawful citation. I'm a little confused on how that can even be. Perhaps someone can clarify that. I also went straight to the California Department of Health and Human Services, cdph.ca.gov, directly from our state government. It says, our best community and individual defense against COVID-19 is washing our hands frequently, avoiding touching our eyes, nose, and mouth with unwashed hands, avoiding being around sick people, and physical distancing. Secondarily, there may be a benefit to reducing asymptomatic transmission and reinforcing physical distance from the use of face coverings. However, face coverings may increase risk if users reduce their use of strong defenses such as physical distancing and frequent hand washing when using face coverings. Now, I don't know how many other people have had the same experience, but I have watched as the weeks go on and I go into any store or even outdoors. Now people are walking within 12 inches of my face, not 6 feet, not 4 feet, right past me when I am making every effort in the store to take twice as long to walk around to an empty aisle, to wait and wait and wait for people to cut in front of me, to give that space, to show that respect. And yet it is not being given back because this face covering has been pushed so hard, specifically by the mayor of Hollister, as the only and most important thing. And if we could just get everyone to cover their faces, this would be over. I did not count a single person without a mask the other day. I went to 4 locations in Hollister and 1 outside. I did not count one single person without a face covering, and yet we still have cases locally. The federal government has a health exemption to this, that if you have difficulty breathing or other health issues that would prevent, and our local ordinance doesn't even have that. So how would we deal with that with the Americans with Disabilities Act? Further, again, on the government, on our state government website, counties should emphasize the use of face coverings in conjunction with evidence-based interventions.
Thank you, Jessica.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Maria, if you could please state your name.
Hi, this is Maria Lemon, resident of San Benito County. I agree with some of the ordinance, not all of them. And as far as wearing a mask, it should be up to each individual. It is their choice. Life is their choice. So, but I don't agree with a lot of the violations that will be directed to the constituents of Hollister and San Benito. And I do believe that San Benito is a small county, and I agree with Jaime de la Cruz that San Benito and Hollister, San Benito County, Hollister and San Juan Bautista should work conjunctively in the mass and follow the safety procedures. But what I don't agree with is I don't agree with the regulating of citizens and of this tattletale type of, it's just wrong. It's divisiveness. I don't agree with that. And I don't agree with another thing. I believe your name is Supervisor Hernandez, carrying out your dirty laundry in public time. If you have a problem with the mayor, you should need to address it behind closed doors. It's very unprofessional. Please don't do that again. Thank you. That's all my time.
Thank you, Maria. Next speaker card.
Rianne, if you could please state your name.
Hi, my name is Rhiannon Blankenship. I've been a resident in Hollister for 31 years. Can you hear me?
Yes, madam. Go ahead.
Okay. I've been a resident in Hollister for 31 years. Supervisor Medina, I live in your district, and my family and I voted for you to be our voice in these meetings. That said, we do not agree to mask mandates or orders or an ordinance. There is no state of emergency in place to warrant an ordinance like this. Also, there is nothing in this ordinance about any exclusions for people who, according to the state orders, are exempt from wearing masks. There needs to be strict exemptions for medical reasons. There also needs to be fines for people who falsely accuse others, as I heard that our law enforcement has better things to do than to track down someone who is exempt that didn't wear a mask. This ordinance will only promote division amongst neighbors, and I hope all, especially you, Supervisor Medina, vote no on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
If you could please state your name.
Hi, my name is Alex Tamayo. I'm a resident of Hollister.
Yes, sir.
Yes. In May, this board sent a letter to the state asking SBC to move from stage 2 early to stage 2 early, saying that SBC should be treated differently from other counties and taking credit for a shelter-in-place policy that they had no part in implementing. Then, with infection rates rising under pressure from an anti-mask recall Gavin open SBC group, we opened back up into stage 3. Well, what did we get for those actions? You know, congrats, SBC is different from other counties. As of yesterday, our positivity rate is over 4 times worse than Santa Clara, worse than the entire state of Texas. We traded 4 weeks of stage 3 openings for record-breaking infection rates, placed the state on the watch list, placed our county on the state watch list, closures of businesses again, and 2 more dead SBC residents, doubling our numbers. Who on the board is claiming credit for those actions? The position we're in is totally self-inflicted, but we can get ourselves out of it with real leadership. If we wait and things get even worse, will anyone be looking to open SBC anti-maskers or supervisors who bully health officers for solutions? We need the adults in the room to take real action to drive down our numbers. Enforce mandatory masks and healthcare guidelines. Back it up with citations for violations and make it stick. Slow the opening of businesses and make sure they follow all the guidelines with checkups. Encourage all residents to get repeated testing. Enact curfews and ordinances on gatherings with enforcement. The further you wait to take action, the further away our economic recovery will be and possibly lose our CARES Act money. These are the easy decisions right now. The longer we wait, the harder and less attractive our choices become. I'm not willing to trade any more SBC lives for inaction. How many lives are you willing to trade for a concert? How many lives are you willing to trade for a house party? How many lives are you willing to trade, period? Condolences to all the families of those who have recently passed from COVID here in San Benito County. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker card.
Carly, if you could please state your name.
All right, I think there we go. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Fantastic. Well, I'm Carly Jo Brigantino. I am a real estate agent here locally. I'm 3rd generation, and my grandfather's been here since, the 50s. I just wanted to bring up, I'm not going to go through facts because you guys have heard them, you know what they are. I'm going to come at a different aspect of bullying. And Mark, as you're well aware, you saw your post, as I'm just speaking up my opinion as I please urge you guys to vote no on this. And I was brutally attacked, verbalized, and bullied. And everyone who knows me as a fantastic, amazing person. And to have that, just because you guys are trying to pass an ordinance, is only going to be worse. And people are going to constantly put you down, attack you for wanting to live your life the way you want. So to see how this town is coming over a virus and policing each other and attacking each other is not what San Benito County is. We have never been that way. And as far as Medano, if he was alive today, he would be so disappointed in seeing what is happening in our town. We need strong leaders and people who are going to stand up for our county, like the Old Town boys, And in my nomina's obituary, if you guys were there, like he said, to my family, to my friends, the beautiful San Benito County. I want San Benito County back the way it used to be, and to get rid of this bullying because it's tearing people down, as COVID already has. People are sitting at home. They're afraid to do anything. They're afraid to speak up. Depression, anxiety, suicide is all up from even the strongest of people. Has it affected me tremendously? Absolutely. And I'm here to speak because of being attacked like I was on Facebook is disgusting. So I urge you guys to vote no on this. And I thank you guys for taking the time and listening. And I commend all our citizens here for speaking up and defending our rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Ryan, if you could please state your name.
Hi, this is Ryan Jones. I live in Hollister. Thank you for giving me a quick moment. Hopefully everybody can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Thank you, sir. Just real quickly, so I'm going to get right to the point. A yes vote on this measure is a vote for the lining of the pockets for the county, period, not for the people. This mandate would only deepen division with the community, create more strife and conflict that our county resources cannot support on every level, and does not solve or stop anything. Even though that it does not protect, it only prolongs. If a mask works, then every business would be open, right? If a mask does not work, then we do not need a mandate. This mandate is beyond comprehensible to even consider, and is a complete trampling of everyone's civil rights and liberties. Even those who are for a mask mandate, their liberties are being trampled. They do not know the loss of freedoms that are being taken and the discrimination here that is being implemented and threaded into the fabric of our community. And yet here we are on the cusp of deciding to weave this into our very lives. No matter how we all may play wordsmith to make this appear as a legal order or mandate, which we have done here, we all know it is not. So let me leave you with this. It takes leaders of great courage, resolve, and bravery to take a stand and to do what is good and for the betterment of the community and the people they represent, to stand for truth and make decisions that are right, no matter where public opinion lies, and to stand only for what is right. And in this case, no on this measure is the right decision. I ask you all to be great leaders of great courage. Please do not be used as instruments of evil, but for good and well-being of all people. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
You have been unmuted. If you could please state your name.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes. Hi, this is Randy French, District 4. Gentlemen, I want to thank you for your time. Even though we're on different sides of the issue, I know we're all trying to do what's best for the community. But I'm here to voice my displeasure with the mask ordinance. There are several problems I see with the ordinance. First, there's no proof that masks are effective to against the spread of the virus. For every report you produce telling me it's necessary, I can produce two that disagree and take the safety a safety hazard. Even Dr. Fauci had stated at one time that masks were not necessary, and since changed his mind. Some people love to give the seatbelt analogy, the difference being that there's empirical evidence showing that the value of seatbelts. And in addition, the law regarding seatbelts came through the legislative process, not an arbitrary edict given by a governor. I put mandatory masks right next to shutting down beauty salons. Makes no sense. Secondly, who's going to enforce this poorly written code? Our police officers, sheriff's department. As a retired law enforcement officer with over 30 years experience, I can safely say that neither have the time or manpower to chase down mask violators. I guess you can have a code enforcement officer go around issuing $1,000 fines, again, a poor use of our limited resources. Don't forget, perception is reality. Every violation written, those will view not as they will view it as a retribution from a vindictive board. Do you think that supporting the fine systems will gain control of the situation you really have no control over. The truth is that if you pass this ordinance, you will lose control and help erode what little confidence the public has in your abilities. Believe me when I say that every person who gets a citation will make you the villain. Your actions will not bring this community together. It will do just the opposite. It will help create more stress and animosity towards county government and specifically this board. That will be your legacy. You will not be remembered as the board who worked to bring people together, but the board that divided a community and the people that they were elected to protect. This is the governor's agenda, not ours. Continue to educate and advise, but leave the enforcement to the state if they care to do so. To me, this is a classic case of the tail wagging the dog. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Rachel, if you could please state your name.
Hi, my name is Rachel Mejia, and I'm a resident of San Benito County. And I didn't prepare a long, eloquent speech like some other people did, so thank you for those of you who did. But I just want to state my opinion that this ordinance is divisive, discriminatory. Many people have already stated other reasons to oppose it. I think exemptions are an issue and enforcement is an issue. But I just urge you all to vote no for this. I don't believe that it is protecting our health in any way. And in regards to the COVID tracking dashboard, I just also wanted to say that we keep talking about all the positive test results, but I think it's important to also know how many of those people are asymptomatic. I believe on the OptiServe it shows the percentage, but not for the hospital test results. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Vedana, if you could please state your name.
Hi, I know when anybody says a weird name, it's probably me. This is Vedana, San Benito County resident. I think it's really important for some of our citizens to understand, because I'm not sure that this is understood by a lot of people. The governor can say whatever he wants to say. He can give out orders and mandates, declarations, and even ordain stuff. Ordain, my new favorite word. County council put that in this ordinance, as if. But he can give executive orders, all that stuff. He can do whatever he wants with his executive department. But he literally cannot give declarations, ordain, orders, or any mandates to any single individual or any business. He cannot. He has no lawful orders with which to do that. And that is the reason why we're here today, is because the governor can't enforce his mandate mask order. All he can say is it's recommended and strongly advised. He has threatened all the counties with withholding funds if the counties don't withhold his orders. So the governor can't do it, but he's asking the representatives in all the counties to enforce it on their citizens themselves. And that is exactly what is happening now in return for money. So you're harming businesses and individuals in order to get money that you're going to give to businesses that you're harming. Well, what about all the individuals and all the families and all the things that they have lost? What about the individual families? What about the kids in schools? What about the weddings, the funerals, the graduations, the sports, all these life events? What are you going to do for those guys? You want to get $6.5 million, give 1.5 back to the businesses that you're hurting by doing what you're doing, and then you guys have the rest of the money. And it doesn't feel right, okay? I think it's kind of clearly obvious. On top of that, I'd like to draw the citizens' attention to California Emergency Services Act, 8558B, in Article 2. It clearly defines what an emergency is, and we are not now, nor have we ever been, or nor has any community in the state been in a state of emergency based on the California Emergency Services Act. So all this other stuff that we're talking about and claiming that all these governor emergency orders, those are unlawful orders, and they he himself can't enforce them unless you guys pass a mandate to do it. I'd also like to share with everybody, it doesn't matter how you feel about this flu. The science contradicts each other. Individuals need to choose how they're going to take care of themselves and their families and their businesses. It is not up to you guys to impose your science on the rest of us who don't agree with it.
Thank you very much. Next card.
We have no more comments. Is there anyone in the chambers that would like to make a public comment?
Good afternoon, Elia Salinas. So very early on, the board here decided to do the shelter in place. The mayor of Hollister wanted to do the shelter in place, and I personally was against it. When the mayor brought it up, this was new, and I made a mistake, and when I came to the board, I supported the board's decision. The mayor of Hollister came up with an ordinance a couple of months ago, I think, or maybe 6 weeks ago. I can't even remember. It's July, so June. He wanted to do an ordinance as well for fining people, but I thought it was not very well written, and it definitely stated that it was going to be a $1,000 fine. I was against a $1,000 fine because we are in an economic crisis where people who are losing their jobs and people do not have businesses that are thriving are losing money every single day, could not afford that. This ordinance has been thought out. This ordinance is not going to be a $1,000 fine. I'm not going to take the time to educate people about due process or whatever. Look it up yourselves. The attorneys for the county and the supervisors have gone through this ordinance, and we know what the due process is going to be. The bottom line is, if it's not a deterrent enough for you that you could get violently sick and die, and you continue to do family gatherings, continue to just go out and hang out with your friends, and now you want to do a bunch of teenagers getting together with their moms and then getting in a car and driving them over to the beach so kids can get together is ridiculous. I find it that this generation, those of us of different ages that are living right now, would never have volunteered to go to war during World War II when it brought all Americans together. This is a virus that all of us should be fighting together. Instead, we're fighting each other because we all have different thoughts, and my civil liberty is here, my civil liberty is there. And I'm sorry that the class of 2020 did not have a graduation, but the class of 2020 did not graduate from high school, those young men, and go to war in Vietnam. Times have changed. No one saw this coming. If being able to say that a fine is going to be a deterrent, that's the bottom line, because apparently people cannot find the responsibility within themselves to do what is the right thing for their human neighbor, family member, a grandparent, even a child. When you take your child out there and you bring them to social gatherings. Thank you.
Monica, if you could please state your name.
Hello, my name is Monica Cross, and I'm a resident of Hollister. I think the gal who spoke before me is a prime example of why this ordinance is dangerous and creates division and hostility toward members of our community. I adamantly oppose passing this ordinance. I appreciate the comprehensive risk analysis that was given to the Strata Verde agenda item. I wonder why our leadership is not giving that same time, effort, and conversation engaging with the public on this topic. We put it to a meeting that has lasted almost 5 hours, and we expect the general public to be able to call in and sit here and wait for our turn. This is absurd. It is dangerous and irresponsible for you to pass the ordinance the way it is written. The ordinance is unethical. It promotes the citizens of Hollister becoming officers in a police state. We are nurturing, you are nurturing this hostile environment. The secondary effects of the mask ordinance have yet to even been taken into consideration. We are living in a time of crisis with human sex trafficking. The only way that we can identify children who are missing is by seeing their faces. We are mandating that children be required to wear a mask in public. That is a danger. I think it's something that you haven't taken into consideration, and it is a very simple way to ensure safety, that we can see faces of our community members. Thank you for taking the time to listen.
Thank you. Next speaker card.
David, if you could please state your name.
Jason Marquez. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yeah, so San Benito County resident since 1956, minus a few years. I really find it difficult when people say how you're risking other people's life. You know, and I hate to reach in my back pocket in history, but the United States wouldn't be here if people took the time to raise their arms, their voices, and put their own families at risk. We wouldn't be here now as a nation. We've got to put that in our minds. And I hate to reach in my back pocket again, but, you know, give me liberty or give me death. We're fighting for our freedoms here. Yeah, there's going to be consequences. That's exactly why policemen sign up. They put their family at risk. They fire them. They put their family at risk. We, too, are going to have risk. It needs to be accepted. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Emily, if you could please state your name.
Hi, my name is Emily Scow. First of all, I just want to say thank you, Monica Cross, for speaking out about the safety of our children with these masks on. You know, that is such a good point that you touched on. We can't identify children. We can't identify possible kidnappers. So thank you. I also want to second everything that Hernandez said on the mask mandate. We need to educate the public. People are getting insane out there, and it's out of control. I say vote no. You guys are wanting to mandate a mask order, but what about a 6-foot mandate or wash and sanitize your hands, or even just get healthy mandate? No one talks about that. It's just mask up and shut up. All other precautions are not being mandated, so why are we doing this mask one? If you can explain, if we don't have a mask mandate, will the governor withdraw funds? How deep are we in this with the governor? Is it all about money? De La Cruz, you had said earlier that you don't want the state involved in the county elections, that they should just mind their own business, yet we're following them for a mask mandate. And then if we don't comply, do we not get money for this? Is that what it's about? Our small businesses that you guys are helping kill, do they get some of that funding, or are they just expected to shut down, to operate under 25% capacity, to work outside, to not have dine-in, and they're expected to invest their own money to comply with all these rules? Hair salons are probably the cleanest place in Hollister at this point, and they followed every rule that you guys put out there, every guideline, and yet they were shut down again and told to cut hair outside. Gyms and wellness centers being closed. Again, there's no talk about being healthy in order to fight this virus. It's just follow the governor, kill a small town, kill our local businesses, our neighbors' livelihood, not to mention the health of our kids, the mental health of our neighbors. So again, I say vote no. This is getting out of hand with this mask thing. It should be optional. If you feel unsafe and you want to put a mask on, put a great mask on and go out into the store. But other than that, I think we need to focus on being healthy in our community. People aren't smiling at each other anymore. They're not having mild conversation in stores. Everyone just has their mask on, and it's getting out of control. Talking to so many small business owners here in Hollister, they are stressed out. They're feeling defeated, and they're starting to get pissed. They don't know if they're even going to survive this financially, emotionally, because it's just taking a toll on them. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much.
We have no more public comments.
No more public comment? Okay. Bring it back to the board. What's the wishes of the board?
Hold on 1 second, Jaime. Can you clarify a couple things, sir?
Certainly, Supervisor, you have a question?
Yeah, there were some questions in regards to the misdemeanor, $1,000 fine, a lot of stuff that I hope you can clear up.
Yeah, the entire purpose of this ordinance is to provide a non-criminal means of enforcement without requiring the involvement of police officers, the district attorney, or the courts. It does involve a civil administrative process that provides due process. So anyone who wants to contest a violation can appear before an administrative hearing officer and make their case just as they would be before a judge. But it only involves a civil fine. It doesn't involve a criminal violation that could result in a criminal record. So the idea is to have a appropriate lower level of enforcement that would still provide a means to encourage compliance with the mask ordinance, so that because there would be a possible enforcement as opposed to a criminal action, which would have much more serious consequences for persons' records and so forth.
Thank you.
Again, this is a first reading of the ordinance. The appropriate action for the board is to simply continue the matter until the next hearing.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I had some comments. So I just wanted to clarify earlier on my statement. Basically, the main reference point was when addressing what it meant to have a public conversation. And just to reiterate, as a business owner, I like to get things done. I like solutions. We've had all these meetings for a really long time talking about what people shouldn't be doing. And that makes it really hard for me to digest over time. But my point is I agree. I'd love to work with this city on a public conversation. I'd like to work with both cities on a public conversation. I'd like to work with them on solutions, not just telling people what not to do. How about we do things that are actually going to help them, like we actually build some parks, we get some roads done, we work on things outside of the element of just mitigating this virus. It seems like we're always on the defense, and I don't see how anybody could survive always on the defense. So my point is to the lady that mentioned that I shouldn't be calling out the mayor. It wasn't my intent to call out the mayor. I was just calling out facts. I would love to work with him. I actually had a really good relationship at one time with him. We disagreed so much so that there was lack of conversation at that point, which I never said don't talk to me again. I'm always been open to talk to. I've talked to different folks. I've talked to Honor. I've talked to Marty. At the end of the day, I got elected to do what's right, not to satisfy my personal ego. So I'm all about solutions, and that's what I'm proposing when it comes down to maybe having a conversation, a public conversation of how we should be working together about actually providing solutions to our community versus just telling them wear a mask and live in fear. And I'm not saying that's the intent, but it's hard to not interpret it otherwise. At the end of the day, as a business owner, I trust my consumers. They have a lot of wisdom, and that wisdom actually educates me on how to create a better product. And I think in that same context, when it comes to the reality of an ordinance, trusting them, I think, would have better outcomes than writing a rule about what they should and shouldn't do. I'd prefer people rather than robots, which I think over time, legislation, it doesn't encourage folks to be responsive, to critically think the situation rather than just do it and move on. So long and short, I don't support this resolution because I think we have a better resolution, and I think that really should be under the foundational element of trusting the people, since we the people. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. My comments are simple: is I'm not going to support the resolution. I'm going to vote no, because we need to include both the City Hall and the City of San Juan Bautista to come in and become partners in this. That's the only way we can get this done, being partners. Otherwise, the information will be spread differently, and people will interpret different. And that's the reason why we are in the mess we are today, is because information was not shared, was not conducted in a concise and correct manner. And I just feel that we're missing a golden opportunity to work together with all the other local jurisdictions, because we are small. And I want to work with the city and the City of San Juan. And for that reason, I'm going to vote no.
Mr. Chairman, before you really commit to that, we have been talking about enforcement for about a month and a half in our committee, and the way we understood it was that each jurisdiction has to pass an ordinance. Our ordinance doesn't supersede into the city limits of the two cities, and maybe the county council needs to clarify that.
Maybe we should delay this meeting and have a meeting with the cities and see what is it that we can work together. And if their response is no, we're different jurisdictions, we'll bring it back to the next meeting and just vote on it.
You know, I don't disagree with you, sir. And we could talk about it on Thursday at our regular recovery meeting. And if that's if we could do that, I prefer, this ordinance be county-wide, including the cities.
Yeah.
So I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, I mean, getting responsible.
The other thing that I have a concern with, and it was brought up, I have my beliefs about the public health aspect of mask and the need for it, but also the governor does set the laws and manages the purse strings. And our CARES Act, that money is coming in at 1/6 of a portion. And if we miss any part of it and give him any excuse to take it, what's the ramifications to some of the programs that we've put in place? I don't want to miss that. I'm sorry. And if people feel that, it's about the money, part of it is. We are mandated by the state to have some enforcement level of the governor's orders. And a lot of the stuff that we've been hearing meeting after meeting after meeting, I hope they're voicing it to the governor's office, because we can't change the guidances of folks going into different stores and businesses. They are what they are. It comes from the state, and most require masks. And if you're going to those businesses without masks, you're violating the guidance of that particular establishment, and that's not fair or right. We keep kicking this down, and then it's take another 2 weeks, and we listen to all this again. It's the same thing over and over. That's what I'm concerned about. I don't know if Ray or Joel could kind of enlighten us where we're at and what our schedule is to get payments on that CARES money.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Patel. What's the pleasure of the board?
I'll make a motion to continue this item to the next meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Motion by Patel, second by Medina. All those in favor say aye.
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 Against? Motion carries 4-0. Thank you. Now we will take a 1-hour lunch. We reconvene at 3 o'clock.
And Mr. Chairman, so Thursday, I assume we need to discuss with the two mayors that we need a joint ordinance.
And if they blow us and say no, then we'll vote this way. Absolutely. I agree with you.
Okay. All right. What time are we coming back?
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock.
You got the memo, Pete?
Yeah.
Took off mine too.
You had a chance to do.
No, I took off my,
Oh. I took off your jacket.
oh yeah, and then he took off his too. I was like, you know what? Jaime's over in his house sleeping, so.
He's not responding?
Oh, no, he just woke up from a nap.
I think we take off our ties. Make a county dress code anything after 3 o'clock. Everybody can. Well, Mr. Chair, what are we waiting for?
Waiting for A?
Mr. Chair,
County Council.
you ready? We're here. County Council and the CAO is here, and we have 2 board members here, so we're ready to go.
The clerk of the board.
As well as the clerk.
Okay, let's continue. We reconvene the afternoon session of the Board of Supervisors. I have a very simple question to the board, my fellow supervisors. Number 18, we talked at length. We had public input. We had a good, healthy discussion. Does the board wishes to continue it or continue talking about it right now or wait till the next bill? Mark?
Number 18, do you want to continue it now or just go back to it in another time? I'll just go back to it another time.
Estrada Verde, yeah.
Okay. You too, Peter?
Yep.
Okay. Bill's asking 3-1. We'll go through.
Yeah, I agree with them. I think we hashed it out pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
I think the peer review guy got a pretty good feeling for all of us with our concerns. Yeah. Let it come back. Hopefully it is be a better report than what EMC brought to us today.
Okay, so the next item of discussion will be number 20. Yeah, number 20.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we have Karen Overstreet on the phone, and she's ready to give us this agenda item. Karen?
Yes. Thank you, Board, for hearing this item. Each year the Board must approve the continuation of the assessment that funds the mosquito abatement program. The engineer's report is prepared annually, and it determines the assessment rate needed to fund this program. For the upcoming year, we are recommending the assessment remain at $11.22 per single-family equivalent. The overall revenue is projected to increase by approximately $6,700 due to the increase in total number of single-family equivalent units. I'm just seeking 3 actions from the board today. 1, preliminarily accept the engineer's report. 2, adopt a resolution of intent to levy the assessment for the fiscal year 2020-2021. The resolution number is 2020-56. And then schedule a hearing for August 18th to receive public comment.
We'll have a cost savings allowed purchase of a Ford vehicle too.
Oh, wait a minute. Vehicle?
No, I apologize. I'm looking at Sheriff Thompson's. My apologies.
Too many today.
All right. I'm going to open up to the public. Anyone from the public?
If you wish to make a comment, press star 9 or raise your hand. We do not have any comments.
Comments? Okay, thank you. Bring it back to the board. What's the pleasure of the board?
Make a motion to accept the engineer's report of the solution of the levy assessment for fiscal year 2020 and 2021 and schedule a public hearing for August 18, 2012.
Is there a second?
Second, Medina.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
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 Motion carries. Okay, now we'll go to Sheriff Thompson.
Mr. Chair, this is actually coming out of our county counsel's office, and this particular item is going to be presented from Joel. So, Joel?
Hi, Joel.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Good afternoon, supervisors. This item is an ordinance to update our administrative citations provisions of the county code in chapter 1.04 to conform to changes in state statute that allows for higher penalties for cannabis violations. And so the purpose of the ordinance is to, again, allow for higher civil penalties for violations of cultivation without a state license or local permits. There are some other updates in terms of increasing the penalty amounts for building and safety code violations. Essentially, it's an inflation adjustment to allow fines of to increase the initial fine of $100 to $130, the second violation from $500 to $700, and for third and subsequent violations from $1,000 to $1,300. So today this is an ordinary ordinance. We're just introducing this and waiving first reading and continue the matter until August 18th. So I will read the title of the ordinance, which is an ordinance of the Board of Supervisors of the County of San Benito, amending administrative citations provisions of San Benito County Code, Chapter 1.04, Sections 1.04.001, 1.04.003, and 1.04.005.
Okay. Questions from the board? No questions? Let me open up to the public. Do we have any speaker cards?
If you wish to make a comment, press star 9 or raise your hand. We do not have any comments.
Okay. Bring it back to the board. What's the pleasure of the board?
Make a motion per staff recommendation.
Is there a second?
I second it.
Second it? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Against, motion carries. Thank you. Ray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I'd like to invite up Graciela Rodriguez. She is out of our administrative office, and she's going to be presenting this next item to your board. It's a presentation with regards to our county website, an update, and also authorization to move forward with the actual go live tomorrow. I want to first mention that Graciela has been doing a fine job. She's been working really hard with the COVID, as well as putting Nixle items to present out, as well as public information out as well. So she's been working with that on the COVID, as well as working diligently with moving forward with our website. This was run out of our IT shop, as well as out of our OES department for a while, and brought back in-house, and then with the folks leaving, she's picked up the baton and moved forward with it. So I want to thank her for all her hard work, and she's up right now. I think they're going to go ahead and they need a few minutes. Okay, so give us about a couple minutes, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind.
Sure, no problem.
I will highlight a couple things, which she will probably elaborate further on, is that this item has been brought to your board in the past to go over the design of the website to get kind of approvals from you moving forward, as well as some input that your board had actually requested be a part of the new website. And with that, it was actually the compatibility with having a compatibility with our cell phones, making sure that there was a platform for that, as well as making sure that there's the ability for the public to be able to put in requests for potholes and other things that may be an issue, as well as many other things. So, Graciela and staff, administrative staff, as well as technology, have been working diligently on this. So I just wanted to first mention that to you guys.
Okay, questions from the board?
Well, she's not, give us a minute here. She's working on getting the PowerPoint.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Graciela Rodriguez. I am an office assistant for the County of San Benito Administration Office. And today I'm going to present on our new county website. A little bit about our new website. Just want to go ahead and go over an overview of what I'm going to be going over today. I will begin with an introduction, and then we'll move on to our objectives, a timeline of the project, where we are today, and then go ahead and demonstrate a preview of our new site. So, as you may know, our current website is a little bit outdated. I believe we've been using it since 2009. And honestly, it's not reflecting today's current practices. A lot of people today usually use the internet via phones, which is something that our old site is not compatible with. We are also trying to broadcast new aesthetics. Ours is going to be a little bit more appealing to the public. It's going to be more relevant and reflect current practices, like I mentioned. We are also hoping that this is going to be more appealing and a more responsive website to the public. And nowadays, we're focused on a modernized look, also improving quality and workflow, a faster response time. One of our other goals, as you see up on the screen, is more flexible layouts and templates for our content management system users. These are going to be the people who are going to be updating content constantly on the website. And it's going to be a little bit easier to navigate on this system than it was previously. One of our other goals is to be more interactive with the public and engage the viewers as well as site visitors. So the board approved a 5-year contract with Granicus, a website web development firm, back in early February of 2019. And this project actually started off in February 27th of 2019. Moving on, March 2019, we approved the wireframe, which is basically the layout of the website. And then in May, we approved the design, and then programming was complete. The Blink database and transfer was complete in February of this year. And then in May, we also completed our content migration. Granicus migrated about roughly 200 pages, and this was used as a starting point. It wasn't meant to cover everything, but it was used as a starting point so that we wouldn't start from scratch. And then later on, mid-May, the 22nd and the 21st, we actually trained CMS users. About 80 people were trained to use the new website. Not everyone's going to be updating content, but it is a good way to have backups in case somebody can't update certain things. Another person may also do that as well. July 31st of this year, 2020, we set a soft deadline. This deadline was meant to be a deadline where we replicated almost everything that was in our old website in our new website. We got rid of items that we did no longer use, basically matching what we have now in our new website. And then hopefully by the end of today, we get approval to go live tomorrow, August 5th, 2020. So where we are right now. Right now we are in a soft launch. We are actually on a production server. So the general public cannot find us at the moment, but if we do go live tomorrow, we'll be able to switch our domain, and hopefully our new website will be up for the public for everyone to see. Next steps, currently some of the steps that we did have were open tickets. Those have been resolved already. Search functionality was one of the issues that we were encountering, as well as URL redirection. Those have been resolved, so at the moment we have no open tickets. We are still updating content, even though we are about to go live. We have updated mostly everything, but there are a few items that still need to be updated, and those are going to be going on a day-by-day basis. After launch, we hope to evaluate what is working and what is not. Granicus will still be with us. They will be monitoring what is working as well, and helping us maintain our website, while also helping us follow current technology and just working with us to maintain the website, and hopefully everything is working well. Now I want to go in and do a little preview of what our website currently looks. I am not sure if many of you have seen what it looks like, but hopefully you love it. So this is our staging site. Once we go live, anybody who searches up County of San Benito, they will be able to access. I'm just going to share the screen. All right. So as you can see, this new homepage is a little bit more aesthetically pleasing. It is not as cluttered as our old site. Key points that I want to point out. Our main calendar has changed. Now we do have an events tab where all the events that are inputted into our calendar show up here. We have these buttons. These are meant to broadcast our important issues. They may be interchanged if we feel the need to. Currently, we do have our COVID resources there, as well as resources that HHSA offers. We have the Board of Supervisors minutes and agendas. We also have departments. And then let me just show you the County Board of Supervisors. So you are located under the Government tab. As you can see on the left-hand side, we have our Board of Supervisors, as well as the district locator, an area where the public can stream board meetings, as well as any other meetings that may be streamed here, as well as the clerk of the board. And let me just go in here. If someone were to go in here and they want to see a little bit more about the agenda and meetings, they can find a calendar located here as well. Now, let's say someone wants to view an old meeting agenda or minute. If they want to do so, they can go ahead and click on this link, and that directs them to this page. This is still a work in progress. It is not completed yet, but hopefully by the end of today, it will. As you can see, we have minutes all the way back to 2004. And then we have agendas and minutes all the way back to 2009. This is how it would look. And then departments are located here. So as you can see, it is a little bit more different. It is going to be a little bit more changed than our old site, but as I mentioned before, technology has been changing, and this is a more relevant and reflects current practices, like I mentioned. All right, back to my presentation. One of the main items that we were striving for was mobile friendly. So with this new website, as you can see, I have a couple screenshots. This new website is compatible with tablets. It is also compatible with cell phones, mobile devices. Nowadays, a lot of our generations, the only access that they have to the internet is mostly through their phones. So this is going to be a great change. This is going to allow people to go ahead, search up San Benito County, and this is how it would be laid out. This is compatible with a variety of phones, Androids, iPhones, and any other tablets that they may have access to. Lastly, I just want to say thank you to everyone who played a role in getting this done. It was a great effort, and I believe this is going to be a great turnout once our website goes live. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Graciela. Appreciate it. Yeah, and thanks to all the staff within the county as well. There was a lot of staff that actually worked on it in their respective departments. So thank you for all your work. I know everybody's been busy with COVID and doing our daily activities, as well as ramping up and getting this website done. So there's been a lot of work from a lot of people. So I really appreciate it. I think it's a great technology advancement in our county, and I think it's going to be very helpful for our public. So back to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, question from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, it looks pretty good. One of the concerns that I've had with our website, and as time goes on, things always improve, and hopefully that will make it a lot more accessible to the public and to departments and information that they require from local government. How does it? What's improvements on the forms like marriage licenses and things that search of records, and is it a little bit more user friendly than our going to be our past website? What type of improvements did we do to make it easier for people to get the basic things?
All right, so that is also a work in progress. We have started, let me go back, give me a moment. We have incorporated a service request form. With this, we hope that if anybody is encountering problems or has issues or is asking inquiries, that we are able to provide a faster service. We are...
Activate it.
Yeah.
Activate it as a PowerPoint. Go down to the bottom and make it a full screen. There you go.
Thank you, Ray. It's not popping. open up for me. So this link right here, that has been set up in a way where, like I mentioned, if somebody from the public were to have questions or concerns or would just like to comment to this San Benito County, they can go ahead and view this frequently asked questions. If their answer is not located here, they can go ahead and send us an email. This will go ahead and bring up a form where their name is asked, their address, an email where we can respond back, as well as a phone number, or they may just want to give us a comment and they can leave us a comment, no response is needed. And then this will be directed to a staff member where that staff member will be redirecting their question to the appropriate department. And hopefully they're able to get a response in a few days, but hopefully under the 5 work week. And like I mentioned, this is a work in progress. We are going to be seeing what is working and what needs improvement.
The other thing is too, Supervisor Botello, is that in the very first page, the front page of our website, there's actually a search bar, which is a lot different than what we're used to, and the searching capability is going to be a lot better than what we have today. So when you actually put it in the search, keyword in there or whatever, it will pull it up as well. So that's a kind of a key difference to what we have now with regards to the back end on this. So.
Okay, I saw that pothole reporting was top of the list, and I know my successor is going to be happy about that. That's to eliminate half the phone calls that I ever got. So, and then the other complaint I have, I don't like the pinnacles. I really think it should have been the mission of San Juan. My opinion.
Comment on that.
So one of the things that we've been talking about internally is to actually work with this group to actually put in rotating pictures of the different districts. So that's one of the things that we're working on. It's the second phase of this. So we're going to definitely have pictures, different pictures within our county. And then we'll definitely chime in with each of your board members to get something that you guys like within your district. But that's the plan.
Yeah,
that would be very challenging for Supervisor Hernandez and De La Cruz, that's for sure.
Well, it's a good comment, Supervisor Botello, because I mean, ultimately the conversation was, the emblem, right? It definitely has front and center San Juan, but for me in the business world, it's marketing, right? How do you sell a community? A picture's 1,000 words, so it presents an image that sells our community or tells it. Basically, it limits it to that. And our mission is awesome. San Juan is awesome, but we're not just San Juan. There's a lot of other things that I wish people knew. And I think it's hard to paint that picture with just having the San Benito County emblem. So that's why I personally love the idea of selling the tourism message of all the value that we bring in San Benito County, Pinnacles, Hollister Hills, the wineries, and that would, so the rotating pictures would make a lot more sense to me.
Absolutely. You can't take me too seriously, Peter.
I thought you were joking.
Any other comments? Let me open up to the public. Anyone from the public?
If you wish to make a comment, press *9 or raise your hand. We do not have any comments.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And this is more of a presentation, so thank you, Ray.
Yeah, we're just asking you. We're asking you to formally approve the go live date for tomorrow. So.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the launch date for tomorrow?
I'll make a motion to approve the launch date for tomorrow, which is August 5th, 2020.
Second.
The 5th, yep. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Against, thank you. Okay, now we'll go to public hearing. Harry?
This item's going to be presented from Tavin, so I believe Tavin's on the line.
Okay.
And Supervisor Botello, I believe this item involves a recusal.
Wait a second, aren't we on the first public hearing?
I believe it's a second item. You could stay here.
We're on 23.
Oh, on 23,
it's the
yeah.
Yeah, we're on 23. It's the next item, Supervisor Botello. So you stay here on this one.
Okay. Regarding, which one are we doing first?
CSAs.
23.
CSAs, yes, sir. This is Harry Member Jones.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, very good. This item is, we're recommending that we open and continue. There is a requirement for a report to be prepared. It is being prepared relative to increasing the fees in the CSAs. So we're recommending just opening the hearing today, deferring it to the 18th, so the residents have an opportunity to review that report and then determine their comfort level with it and speak on it. So we're just recommending the opening and deferral today.
Okay, let me open up to the public first. Anyone from the public, open it up.
If you wish to make a comment, press star 9 or raise your hand. We have no comments.
Okay, thank you. What's the pleasure of the board?
I'll move to continue the public hearing to August 18th at 9 a.m. Regarding the proposed fee tax assessment for 2020-2021 for the utility services provided by to the county service areas and the community facilities districts.
Is there a second?
Vedana, second.
All those in favor, say aye.
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 Against, motion carries 4-0. Okay, now we're doing 24. Anthony?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I am owners, along with my wife, of this property at 10 Flint Road, Hollister, and so I have conflict of interest. And I want to say, everyone have a good afternoon, and it was an interesting meeting.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Take care, Anthony.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon. This is Tavin Kinnison Brown, and welcome to the last item on today's agenda. This is an appeal of a cell tower that was approved by the Planning Commission. I'm going to share my screen. All right. Share the screen, slideshow from the beginning. Is that coming across?
Very good.
Okay. All right, great, thank you. So the Planning Commission on June 17th approved the cell tower, a 95-foot tall cell tower at this address at 10 Flint Road. So that was the date of the approval. It's a 95-foot tower. You can see it's just off of, right here near this apple orchard kind of place, off the corner. This is the Chillin' and Grillin' corner, and of course San Juan Bautista. The tower was approved primarily for trucking industries with a 95-foot height. And the first phase, if you would, only see if my cursor works here. These top bars right here are part of the present proposal, and that's to facilitate trucking movements and coordination of fleets. But the tower is one that's also prepared for co-location so that when additional cell companies come in the future, they can locate on this tower instead of asking for new towers or new mountaintops. So these three tiers right here, these three areas for co-location, will not be going up in the immediate future, but Verizon is under discussion. But this is a 95-foot tower. It's going to have two microwave dishes, spaces for two wireless carriers. On the ground is a 2,400 square foot lease area. And without going into the details on the site, the tower itself is 499 feet, or 500 feet, if you would, north of Highway 156 into the property owner's property. So it's 500 feet north of the road, and it's 122 feet just west of Flint Road. So the item was appealed by a neighboring property owner, Stephen Dobler, who had several concerns regarding aesthetics, health, property value, and also had some signal strength and quality concerns. And I'll just roll through those a little bit. So in the application that was approved by the Planning Commission were some visual simulations. And this is, obviously the car is stopped. Most of us are going, well, actually we can be in stop and go traffic or going 55 miles an hour. This is a view of the property, and in the next frame shows the tower in there hypothetically. So that's one shot if you were stopped and how it would look 500 feet north of Highway 156. The other shot is from the east, looking a little more in a northwest fashion. It's the same property where you see utility poles and lines in the foreground, and then the tower simulated 500 feet in and 122 feet off the Flint Road. That's the visual simulation or how that would look. And so the Planning Commission also was aware of these and still approved the cellular facility. So aesthetics is one that may be considered by you, but is a concern to the applicant. The other aspect were some health concerns raised by Mr. Dobler. And if I could, I'm just kind of go to my notes here. And actually, federal law in 1996 limited the consideration of health effects if compliance with the FCC is demonstrated. People have heard about the comments about EMFs or radiation, and basically the federal government has occupied the field and does not allow that to come into discretion for decision making at the local level. They do have a proviso in the federal law that the facility needs to comply with FCC regulations, and that will be demonstrated. So while the appellant might have raised the health concerns, it's really not a criteria that the board or the county planning commission can properly go to discuss. There's also discussion about property value maybe potentially being decreased, and the applicant evidently does the appellant intends to provide for some workforce farm worker housing pretty close by. The current offsite housing is more than 500-foot distance, but he's a little concerned about evidence of property value loss, but really didn't submit anything material to that regard. And the next avenue here is about signal strength and quality. And I can't really speak to it too much, but part of our applications, I'm going to go to some other slides here. We ask for applicants to demonstrate why do you need a tower and why do you need it here? And so for Verizon, they're showing this yellow area. Green is a good signal, yellow is not so good, red in the hills is poor. And with the tower in this location, they would get this kind of additional coverage. So this would be coverage for our truckers, for our farming industry, for citizens and tourists, and all of us who use 156 on a daily basis to likely not have dropped calls. And the tower, again, also has a capacity for additional carriers, AT&T, Sprint, other companies. So, yeah, I'm going to go back up here. So really, staff wants to acknowledge that the appellant, filed a timely appeal of this, but the Planning Commission made the findings for approval, even considering aesthetics. They did not incorporate health or property values. And so staff really, is keeping forward the Planning Commission's recommendation for approval, and staff really has nothing further to add or new information here that might change our recommendation. So with that, I would just like to say that the Planning Commission has approved the project, and staff believes that was pretty sound. So in your packet today includes materials of a board resolution making the findings and acting upon this matter. But you may want to hear from the appellant here before moving on to applicant questions. Staff has nothing further to add.
Thank you. Is the appellant in the audience?
Yes, I believe so, Mr. Chair.
Jackie Morris Lopez, San Juan Bautista, District 2. And good afternoon. It's been a long day. Thank you. And I'm learning so much at this meeting today. I appreciate everybody's viewpoints and the speakers before. But I had read about this cell tower, and I found it very interesting, too, because I was really concerned about the location of the cell tower. Whether or not it's in an area that's going to be close to homes. I did think about the health hazards. Most cell towers that you see generally are, kind of placed remotely. And if I recall Flint Road, it's right in the middle of apple orchards. Yes, Supervisor Botello does own the property. He's recused himself. That that's customary. But it's kind of close to other homes and property owners. And I, too, kind of wonder, what rights do they have to have this humongous tower plopped in their neighborhood? Normally, these are in mountains, like someone did mention, the speaker or the presenter. So I'm just kind of curious about this. The other thing is that I know that it got recommended by the Planning Commission. Also, I know that each of you Board of Supervisors have an appointee to that commission. Would it not be also reasonable to say that Supervisor Botello's appointee would have recused themselves from this vote? I'm kind of a stickler for making things black and white. And to me, it's like, why not wait till Supervisor Botello is not on the Board of Supervisors to deal with this? Because there's just too many issues around it. I know the presenter tried to make it like a nice and neat little item with just 4 things to discuss and actually throwing out the health hazards. But I feel that, the appellant that brought up the case, we need to really thoroughly look at that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Next speaker.
Stephen, if you could please state your name.
I'd just like to clarify that this last speaker, same name, Dobler, as our appellant. So even though the name is Stephen Dobler, I didn't quite catch her first name, I'm sorry. But that represented our appellant's position.
Oh, my name is Jackie Morris Lopez.
Hello?
Jackie Morris Lopez.
Go ahead, Steve.
Hi, I'm sorry. Can you hear me okay? I apologize.
Okay, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, hi. Yeah, my name's Stephen Dover. I appreciate you listening to me. The gentleman saved me reading my letter. I did send a letter in with all those concerns, and I mean, we categorized them right. I knew the whole thing. We had the same proposal on our property across the street. We've had 2 people come to us and ask about it, and the variety folks, they just can't understand why we for money. But even though it can't be challenged on the health reasons, it still causes great anxiety for our workers out there. I'm sorry, I should say I'm Santa Cruz County resident, but we're farmers and property owners right there across the street on both sides of the proposed project. And we have no problem with him or anything. It's just, I just believe San Juan Valley is along that scenic corridor. They did a good job of visual interpretation there on the photos, but reality is with this new highway coming in, this new highway is going to be elevated by 5 feet. You're going to see that. You're not going to see the buildings along it. Really, our concern was that the people just, they don't understand it, even though it can't be challenged. I understand that based on health concerns. Still causes anxiety for our guys. And there are people, if they got a chance to go work somewhere else, they're going to go somewhere else. So, again, we've had the same proposal, and we've told them no twice. And the San Juan school is right there. We've done everything in our power. I mean, everything. We've tried to move that school to realign this highway to Site Farm Ground. And they just look at me like a horns going out of my head when you talk about the school. Yet this tower is going to be casting a shadow on that historic school. So I just want to summarize, I guess, because I didn't read my letter here, but we have houses right next door. Concerns our farm workers. Yes, we were planning on improving those and hopefully making a little more room for some people. And I don't believe it's going to hurt our property value. It's just going to make my people question me. And basically, the cell service in the valley is fine, and so it just seems like the benefit is to somewhere else other than the San Juan Valley. The San Juan Valley is going to be stuck with, this ugly little thing. It doesn't look ugly on their deal, but you drive up and down the 101 corridor in Salinas, they have going for them is they've got a lot of those ugly things, but this will be the tallest thing in the whole highway corridor, without a doubt. So, just to say he did, I don't really have any basis for this other than the visual. There's other places they can move it closer to the river, get it away from the highway corridor, and it concerns our farm workers around there. And so really that's what it's on. The scenic gunsight for the historic area, the nearby houses, and the anxiety of the people. And again, the cell service is good. It's not life-changing money for the landowner, and certainly not enough in my mind to offset the concerns. So I just appreciate you considering that.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
We have no more comments.
No comments. Thank you. Okay, go back to the board level. What's the pleasure of the board?
Make a motion to approve per staff recommendation.
Thank you. Is there a second? I'll second it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against?
No.
Motion carries 2 to 1.
I'm sorry.
Wait.
It doesn't carry, does it, if it's 2 to 1? Doesn't
Yeah.
have to be a majority of 3?
2 to 1 or 3 to 0?
It has to be 3 to 3.
It's a majority of those present able to vote. Yeah.
You sure? Okay.
Joe?
Yeah,
So we're good, right, Joe?
it's a majority of those present to vote.
Yeah. That's what I thought so. Okay, thank you. It prevails 2 to 1. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
What if we don't get all the votes?
We stay here forever.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against? Motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen. Everyone else.
Ms. Morris.